intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignore me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest feast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows mean. He gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the sword. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a waste runner.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soul? Because I need something to clean these titty flaps. My job is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro. Like,
she's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
He's beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady, Queen B, with the lip ring, is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking overlying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit chronic with Rashady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucker killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
All right.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, the dog is orange.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. These motherfuckers hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the third person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, B-Tim.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How y'all doing? It's Friday, baby. How's everybody doing? I was gonna come on here last night, but I got ready to come on, and then Burnt Toast was live. I'm like, oh shoot! So I waited for her to finish, and by the time she was done, I was tired. I'm like, okay, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. I guess I'll come on here Friday morning and we'll shoot the shit. So last breadstick. Let's see, member for 12 months. Oh, look at my shiny new crown. Hope B-Tim isn't blinded by it. I know that's right. I know that's right. How y'all doing? I know, Queen Bee, the all-powerful one. Did you guys, look, I got to ask y'all. Did everybody see the temper tantrum this morning? Did anybody get to watch the temper tantrum? I sure hope you did, because it was fucking hilarious. It was great. Krusty Cracker, she's mad. She big mad. She's coming after me, Burnt Toast, and Blank Screen, the big dogs. Okay? She ain't going after the little ones. It was epic, wasn't it? Yes, it was definitely a classic. I was like, a classic temper tantrum already. What? What in the hell? What in the hell is going on, y'all? Small cheese, she said. She ain't going after the little ones that, you know, we may do stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, she's embarrassing as fuck to watch. Ain't she, Shay? F-O-F-A. Actually, it's F-A. F-A-F-O, baby. You said it ass backwards, like yourself. Uh-oh. Oh, you're getting sued too. You was on the list. You was on the list too.
Oh God, is she gonna try to take my craft supplies from me? I got nothing else. I mean, like, Betty, here you go, baby. Here's everything I've been making lately. I know you're coming for my paper.
Cut the shit, bitch.
Shit, you're coming for my paper. I know it. I know it. You can have it. Okay, take it, please.
Guess what? Your community ain't coming up with $40,000 at all anymore for anybody else. Like, oh, shit. Somebody's big fucking mad today.
I think she woke up on the wrong side of the broom.
Woke up on the wrong side of the car seat. Shit.
Oh my God, she said my first name. She doxed me.
Yeah, she
that had to be a soft dox, at least, like a limp one. I don't know. Fuck her. Go away, Betty. Go away.
Tribal got the shade touching my diamond art, bitch. Yeah, she did. She yelled your name out, mad as hell. And I might even go after Angela.
Okay, so can we also clarify while we're clarifying things? Queen, I've never given you private cricket lessons, have I?
No.
Like, I don't give private cricket lessons. Sorry.
But no one over here is committing felony or federal criminal acts, okay? I don't know what the fuck's going on with that, but we're gonna we're gonna to jail, physical jail.
Physical jail. Physical jail. Literal physical jail. Yeah, I don't know what she means by committing federal felonies. I don't do that kind of stuff.
Well, she's real good at making shit up. She's real good at making shit up.
Well, I don't know what to tell her. She's going to be out of gas with my ass.
It's a conspiracy.
Got to be a conspiracy.
Yeah, it was fucking funny. Shauna, member for 15 months, love to the hive. Thank you, baby. Yeah, so you under fucking surveillance. Under fucking surveillance.
Like, did you notice that the more she ranted, the slower she drove?
Nobody gives a flying fuck where you're at to keep you under surveillance. No one gives a fuck.
Nope.
Not a single fuck. Not a single flying fuck. I'm a powerful person. You see, Queen Bee, the almighty powerful. Couldn't even buy food because of crusty toast and stupid Queen Bee, stinking blank screen, stupid Angela.
Dumb Angela. We kept her from buying food. Oh my God, I'm that powerful. I am that powerful. Oh man, baby, you fucked up, because when you tell me that I'm that powerful,
right? Like her finances are so affected, and she was so highly affected that she's driving around the country as an all-powerful person.
And she just was featured on a global documentary at what she does, bragging about what she does. Boy, it seems like her life is so impacted, huh?
Here, for anybody who has not seen this fucking epic ass little fucking temper tantrum that was thrown today, let me go grab you the clip. No, I'm gonna go grab the clip though for anybody that wants to see it.
Awesome, please do, because it's beautiful.
Oh wait, she's got a part 2. Shoot, I didn't know she had a part 2. Okay, so there's a part 1 and a part 2. Hold on. Yeah, there's a part 2. Okay, here's part 1. Here's part 1. For anybody who hasn't got to see this, there's part 1. All right. And here's part 2. Because she deleted it right away. She is not fucking starving, especially driving state to state to state, out here fucking doing big things like she claims. Stop it, girl. Cut the shit. I said, you've been listening to my fucking streams, haven't you, little bitty?
Boy, I could add some stuff, but she's already threatened to come after me, so I guess I need to stay quiet about it. But those of you that know. Y'all know how hard it was for me this summer. Get out of here.
She knows that. She just playing games because you're up in my pants. It's just another way to try and threaten you. That's all. That's all it is.
And we all know that, so just stop, please.
I think she got a little head job and skinny working for her. You know what I'm saying? Like do a little, little fun
whatever.
shit.
Damn, I'm famous this week. I got called out by her with that, and I made it into in their own words. Like, holy shit.
You know what? We're gonna be going over that. Before that channel's gone, we're about to go over the videos and get us a good laugh. All right, so what do you guys want to go over first?
I don't care what we go over first. I'm gonna.
Well, we went over the temper tantrum. That's done. We took care of that. We went over that real quick. That little temper tantrum there, and might even be suing JLR. She don't know yet.
Boy, I hope that JP goes out and makes a parody of a car rant. That would be brilliant.
Julie said, "Pipe down, Angela. Otherwise, BHB's coming for your yarn." All your vinyl and maybe even your paper. Shit, she might even try to snag the cricket.
Here. All right, here we go, Betty. I've got it packed for you.
That shit took me the fuck out.
There you go. There you go. And Betty, look, I'll even give you the sticks. You can even have the sticks so you can beat me with them. Okay. There's all my yarn. Take it all. It's yours. It's yours.
I am fucking done. That is hilarious. Okay. Oh, hugs for Rowena. Thinking of you, baby. Yeah, I was going to say a little prayer for Rowena. She's doing really good.
Good.
She's, she's not doing very good. She's going to take care of some stuff. I'm sorry. Say a little prayer for her. So, okay, we got the Adam. Have you guys seen, has anybody been watching the Adam Montgomery, Harmony Montgomery trial where Kayla just went up to testify today? She said she's been saying, oh, man, this shit's fucking foul. That's all I know. It's really bad. The more I watch, the worse it gets. Also, I want to go over Whistledown made a part 2, and I want to go over that. Actually, I want to go over part 1 and part 2. So do you guys want to do the Kayla Montgomery stuff first, or do you want to wait and do the cyber sleuth stuff? You all tell me what you want to talk about first, because we're going to be here for a little while. So what way we want to go? What up, blank screen?
Oh, no. All three of us in the same chat together, we're definitely getting nailed.
That's it. That's fucking it. Yeah, there's so much going on right now.
Girl, did you hear about the case in Alabama or in Georgia about the mother that gave birth and then during the birth the baby was decapitated?
I did. I heard some of it, but fill me in.
Okay. So young mother goes in to give birth. The shoulder gets stuck. One shoulder comes out and the doctor manipulates the baby to a point that it ends up severing C1 and 2. And then they took said baby, wasn't going to let family see said baby. Said family kept pushing and pushing and pushing. We want to see our baby. So what they did was prop the baby up and put it behind glass. And then they were able to see the baby that way. And then they pushed to have the baby cremated. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. That mother will probably never come out of that grief. Hope she does. There's that one. There's the 2 women that were assaulted at a resort in the Bahamas. It's just been crazy. I went down yesterday and shared like 15 stories that I was like, what the hell is going on? There were 6 people There were 6 to possibly 8 unaccounted for in that house fire we watched.
Wow.
I mean, it's just, it happened. Yeah, that Texas flu bonnet, that one was, I think it was last June that happened, but it's just come out into a lawsuit now. It was ruled a homicide this week. Yeah. But it's just, I mean, there was so much that's come out. We could totally never even touch on the same topic. And just, there's so much. It's awful.
Well, Bodie said, hold on, it was actually ruled a homicide this week.
That's how there was a presser that was held. That was how I found it yesterday.
Wow. Texas Blue Note said they found a torso in that burned out house. Oh my God.
There's
What
6
the
possibly.
fuck?
There's
You
6
guys.
8 people missing.
Stitching says, well, there was a 7-month-old baby and died from it. Mom was living in a trap house. Whoa. What attacks on Brandy Neal? What are you talking about? What fucking attacks on her? Who's attacking her? Wait a minute. Whoa.
Oh, you got Eve. Oh, that crazy ass Eve and all that bullshit. I wasn't going to talk about that publicly. I was going to address that in an email.
Yeah, because I haven't heard a single fucking word about it.
Yeah, that's like Eve's back on her shit, and like now Wondrous threatening to go to mainstream media because he gets paid $100 an hour for media interviews.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, it's so awful right now over in that little corner. Sorry, that one, it just gets really.
Hold on, somebody be lying about attacks on Brandy. What you mean? Last Breadstick said, I think AB has been talking about it.
Yep. I got made aware by a community post that was shared.
Yes, I've never, I didn't know there was anything going on, and I've never not supported her, so I guess I'm not sure what you're saying. Yeah, I don't watch that fucking Eve. She's always been a weird one, and she fucks with the jerks, so I definitely don't watch that bullshit.
No, I don't watch it either.
She's fucking real nasty. She's been nasty as hell to Tyler and fucking Brandy since, you know what I'm saying, since Tyler went missing. So the only time I've ever given her the time of fucking day was when she came up on Old Girls Panel and we had to fucking listen to it. All right, where are we at? Do we want to cover the cyber sleuths? Do we want to cover cyber sleuths first? Yes, 73%. All right, cool. Let's do this then. We'll go that route. We can always skip forward and go through the trial. You know what I mean? Well, not to like the big trial. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With Kayla, we can skip through it and fast forward through it. You know, let it play and stuff for right now. Yeah, here's a matter of fact here. Hold on. This just popped up. Here's a press conference right here about the baby. Matter of fact, here, we'll watch it real quick while I pull this other one up. But this one's right here about the baby being decapitated. Here's a press
to inform the public that consistent with our initial complaint that was filed back in August of 2023, it was neck trauma, namely a fracture of the bones in the neck and damage to baby Travion Taylor Jr.'s spinal cord that causes death, and not any other complications associated with shoulder dystocia. We did this again 6 months ago. I told you all what shoulder dystocia was. Shoulder dystocia just means when a baby's coming down the birth canal, the bones basically get stuck in the pelvis. It is a phenomenon that occurs. It is not extremely rare. Every qualified, board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist should know how to deal with it. And so that's what a shoulder dystocia is. For background purposes, for people who weren't here 6 months ago, Miss Ross was full term on July the 9th, 2023. She was 37 weeks pregnant. And when she went into Southern Regional Medical Center, she went in with the full expectation of having a healthy baby when she was discharged. However, tragically, during her delivery, the baby was decapitated.
Oh my God. And this is so fucking sad. Oh my God.
The baby was decapitated for sure as a result of a complication from the shoulder dystocia. But the standards of care are very, very simple. When there's a shoulder dystocia, there's certain tried and true things that must be done, positions that must be assumed by the patient herself with the assistance of the nurses, things that must be done by the nurses, putting fundal pressure, things of that sort. And it should be an alert that's made to all people in the hospital so that other people can come and get fresh eyes on the situation and give this baby the best chance of coming into this world full, whole, and healthy. And our complaint is very clear that we allege that this was not done. The cause of the death, again, was the baby's neck was broken while Dr. St. Julian was applying excessive traction on the baby's neck in the face of the shoulder dystocia. This is something that is clearly contraindicated. No credible, no reasonably competent obstetrician should ever do this. You're supposed to do maneuvers and different maneuvers in order to basically get the baby out. And if in fact that doesn't work, then you go to a C-section. Unfortunately, as you all recall, right after we filed the suit back in August of 2023, representatives from Southern Regional Medical Center, they came out with a statement saying that the baby was dead before the decapitation, really implying that it was complications of the shoulder dystocia that killed the baby and not excessive traction and trauma to the neck. The Clayton County Medical Examiner's determination, when they put out that press release a couple of days ago, completely gouges that defense. What they did is that they determined that the cause of death was homicide. And I want to be real semantic in this capacity. Homicide in this context means that the baby's death was due to the hands of another human being. Please don't confuse this with criminal homicide, which is basically based upon a statute in Georgia law, OCG. There's a statute in Georgia law that deals with homicide, and it's a completely different definition. But what you saw in their press release is that they determined that it was a fracture and dislocation with a complete transection of the upper cervical 1 and cervical 2 spine and the spinal cord that caused the death. I'm not getting into the medical part of it all, but C1 is the first cervical vertebra in your spine. C2 is the second one. And so there was a disconnection or break in those two. And that was the cause of death. What is really important for the public to understand is that, this determination done by the Clayton County Medical Examiners was done very, very judiciously and deliberately and objectively. They went and got the input of an OBGYN expert, an independent OBGYN expert who was out of state, who has done over 10,000 labor deliveries. And then they also doubled down on that and got an independent expert who was from Georgia, who has delivered over 9,000 labor deliveries. They sent these experts the medical records, and they also basically sent information to an independent private forensic pathologist. And after basically gleaning all the information from these experts, their determination death was a homicide. And practically speaking, what that means again is that contrary to what Southern Regional Medical put out there, that the baby died from complications of shoulder dystocia before the decapitation, when they put him back, when they took her back to the operating room, they came and determined independently that the cause of death was trauma to the neck. The neck was broken and the baby died. And then whether or not the baby was alive when they went back into the C-section, we don't know, because quite frankly, Southern Regional has not been very, very cooperative thus far in terms of discovery. We have not taken one deposition in this case, not because we haven't asked, but because there's been pushback by the defense. I will say this, we did have a conversation with the defense within the last week. I think we cleared this stuff up, and we're going to be able to briskly get through the requisite depositions that we need to really find out what happened. We're going to depose everybody who was in the room, all the nurses, all the scrub techs, everybody, to find out essentially what the hell happened. What happened? Why was there not an alert put out all throughout the hospital to say we have a shoulder dystocia so that new eyes could come in and look? Why?
Yeah, damn. I wonder why there was no other precautions taken. This is fucking crazy.
Well, this is what happens when a doctor gets uber cocky, in my opinion, from what I've witnessed, when I used to be in the nursing profession. This is what happens when doctors get a little cocky and they think they can just, it'll be okay, and they don't want it. They're like, pride steps in and they don't want to ask for help. But he's exactly right. And this man is also a doctor as well as an attorney. So he's a medical attorney as well. And this is he's speaking facts. This is awful for this woman, these parents.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It is really fucked up. It's awful. And it's awful. That's something she'll have to deal with for the rest of her. Oh, hey, what you doing, girl? I just seen you want to keep your camera on. You want to leave it off?
I'll leave it off.
I got you. I got it on. Matter of fact, you got to turn it off, baby. You got to tap your screen and turn it off. Keep the camera on.
Got it. Whoops.
You have an echo. You have it on.
Okay.
You got to turn it off, baby.
I got it.
Okay, I muted you for right now because I can hear myself in the background. You'll have to pause YouTube that you were on. Yep, I can still hear myself in the background. Usually before you click the link, you have to push pause on the YouTube and then push the StreamYard link. Otherwise, it'll keep playing because it takes you to another page. So before you click the StreamYard link to come up on panel, click the pause button on your YouTube and pause YouTube, and then click the StreamYard link to come up. That way you don't have feedback. All right, you want me to wait for you for a sec? You gonna come back up, or you want me to start this? I don't want to start this if you're gonna come back up, baby. I want to give you a chance. Tribal Gowl's up here.
Oh.
Yeah, so I wanted to give her a chance to pop back up here, pause her YouTube, and come back up. If she's going to. She may not want to, but she was doing really good. I just, I could hear the feedback. You know what I mean? I could hear myself, so I knew that she had forgot to pause the YouTube. Sometimes people just forget, or they're new to pushing the link. They don't know about panels, so it's kind of...
Or they forget, and it's on their TV.
Yep. Yeah.
Got to make sure that you don't have YouTube playing either way. You close the tabs, all of that. Yeah.
All right, baby. Well, you're going to come back up. You just have to pause YouTube. So push the pause button on your YouTube app that you're watching us through. Push pause and then click the StreamYard link and come in. And your YouTube will be paused, and that way we don't hear feedback through the opposite end of the phone. So if you just hit pause on YouTube and then hit the StreamYard link, it'll bring you up here, but it should be paused to where you can't hear anything from this YouTube. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start this.
So this is essentially the synopsis of why this is being done.
Hold on 1 second. She's back again. Let's see.
Okay.
Are you up here, baby?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. And you paused your YouTube. You did good.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing good.
First time I've been up here, but I want to say hi. But I did want to just mention about this baby. That happened to me in 1975.
Oh
And
my
they
God,
had
I'm so sorry.
they had dislocated shoulder because his shoulders were wider than his whole body. And then once they got him out, they put the shoulder back. So this don't make sense to me because my son's almost 50. So why would they be doing that now? That's weird. Can you hear me? What happened?
No, I hear you.
Okay, she's gone somewhere. How are you, Voices?
I'm good, love. How are you?
I am fine. Sitting here, and actually, I thought, I'll just jump on for a second. I've only been on one before, and that was when we had the mass shooting here in Lewiston.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. I went on, we won't mention where I went.
Well, I'm glad
But
you
I went.
popped
Yeah.
up.
Oh, I'm glad I popped up too.
Yeah. Did you know after, like, when this happened, did they tell you after the fact, or did you know before they dislocated your baby's shoulder? Did they tell you they were going to do that, or did you just do it?
Back then, you don't get drugs back then. They just pull the baby out if you're lucky. It's like natural. Well, they didn't. I don't know if they had, what they do now, but I had natural childbirth, so they said we're going to have to break or dislocate the shoulder. And I said, whatever you got to do, get that MFer out of there. It was 9.5 pounds, and I was 100. Well, 125. So. But I mean, I have a bachelor's degree in nursing, like Rowena. So that just doesn't make sense to me. Why he would do that?
Well,
Yeah,
9 times out of 10, what they end up doing is they either dislocate the shoulder or they break the baby's collarbone.
Right. And that's what they were going to do with Josh. But I said, whatever you got to do, just get him out and make sure he's okay. But that, I don't know. It sounds like that doctor wasn't very paying much attention or something.
Yeah, it's sad. It's definitely sad. She'll get paid, that's for sure, but nothing will ever bring that baby back. So it's
I think she wasn't she very young? Yeah, and I think she was young too.
Yeah, she looked young. If that was her on the screen there, yeah, a girl.
I think they're early 20s, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, I just also want to reiterate, I know this is a sad thing, just so you know, nobody's getting my Diamond Art Voices. I'm telling you right now, I just started doing it. So she ain't getting my stuff.
Listen, I figured I could use the distract and like the distractor. Maybe I'll just give her the ones that are already made and she'll not look over there. Don't think that I won't go out and bury my craft stuff in the yard so that they can never be found again. So,
well, I got a nice bee. She could have that. She'd hang it on the wall. I'm sorry, I just took a sip of my tea, but I thought that was funny. I have a bee. I made a bee because I'm a hive, part of the hive, so I made a bee. Wouldn't that be funny?
Aw. Have you watched the Cyber Sleuths video yet?
Oh my God, I watched it first thing it came out. I watched the whole thing before y'all even talked about it. I watched the whole thing. It was.
Well, this is not fair. This is not the Paramount one. This is Whistle Downs.
Oh yeah, and thank God, because I don't think Paramount didn't really show how bad people can be. And did you notice out of all those people, there's only 3 that are boots on the ground? The rest are armchairs.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Out of all of it, there's only 3 of them that actually go and travel the country. The rest of them stay right in their homes and do what they do.
Exactly.
Yep.
A lot cheaper. Oh, by the way, I need $10,000 so I can go to Florida, see my grandkids. Just kidding.
Yeah, I can't help you, baby. I'm broke as hell myself.
I don't know. We're working on it. Get me home. Get me back there. I got 8 of them.
Are you is this okay? I was gonna say, are you doing a parody of Truth Seeker over on Ernie's panel begging for fucking power bill and water bill money or whatever it was?
No, honey, I'm fine.
Oh.
If I can send you money or a super chat or whatever, I'm fine. If you don't see me sending you something, then didn't have any left over at the end of the month. Oh
Take care
no.
of you first. Yeah, take care of
No,
you first. Sure.
my kids are nickeling it in a big jar. I'm just like, you better be saving up to get me back home this year if you want me back. Although I do love it up here, but I got 3 I haven't met yet. I got 2 greats and a new grand, and I haven't met any of them.
Oh no!
I've been gone 5 years now. Yeah, Hurricane Michael took me out.
All right, baby. I'm gonna go ahead and start this. You got anything else left to add, or you wanna jump down before I start this?
Yeah, I'll jump down. I just wanted to say hello to everybody and say hi to Voices and you, and let you know what I went through with my baby. So, you guys enjoyed the show. Hi, Nanny. Hi, Blunt V. Hey, everybody. I don't get to say hi to anybody, but I'll come up again sometime.
All right,
I'll
sounds
come
good,
up
baby.
again sometime. Okay, bye. Bye bye.
Right, we'll talk
Mike.
love. Bye.
Okay, love
It
you
is
guys.
snowing here. I just walked outside and we have snow.
Oh my gosh.
I'm over it. I'm so over the winter.
Oh, I bet. Winter. Oh my gosh, I'm ready for it to go away too. Okay, so here we'll do. Yeah, I was gonna say. So she wrote the synopsis right here. In the digital age, the internet has become a powerful tool for solving crimes and raising awareness about missing persons cases. However, a dark underbelly exists within the realm of the online sleuthing, where individuals exploit tragedy for personal gain. Cyber sleuths exposed. Summer Wells delves into the disturbing world of internet sleuths who exploit and harass victims and their families of missing persons cases, focusing on the tragic disappearance of Summer Wells and ensuing online frenzy that followed. Though the interviews with experts, families, or victims' families, law enforcement officials, and former internet sleuths themselves, this documentary exposes the tactics used by these individuals to manipulate and harass those affected by tragedy. From baseless accusations and harassment to spreading false information and creating conspiracy theories, these online sleuths stop at nothing to generate content for profit and attention. And the film highlights the devastating impact of online harassment on the victims' families who are already grappling with unimaginable loss. It also examines the role of social media platforms in enabling and sometimes even amplifying this harmful behavior. As the narrative unfolds, viewers are forced to confront uncomfortable truths about the dangers of armchair detectives' work and ethical implications of exploiting tragedies for entertainment. The Cyber Sleuths Exposed series serves as a cautionary tale about the dark side of the internet culture that needs greater accountability and responsibility in online communities. Look, this is what we've been fucking doing this for a long time, calling out tragedy pimps, talking about it, exploiting families, and
that's been the mission from the jump, right? That's the mission.
A lot of damage done to these families, for real, a lot. And I'll tell you what, that dumbass channel obviously doesn't. They only one person commented and was like, "You dumb fucks, you obviously got the wrong Candace."
Well, this has been the mission statement from day one.
Here we go. Ready?
This is yep.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, this has been the mission statement from day one, from once we realized that these people, like what Whistledown and I agreed to go down and do wasn't what they wanted to go down and do. And you're about to see day one of what they did in Tennessee on the trip that we didn't go on.
We covered this. I remember very specifically covering this, and I got really pissed when she was talking about throwing snowballs in her face and Candy Hair's face. Yeah, there's a lot of shit I was mad about in this video. This is also where Crude AF got the video of.
That's so weird.
This is also where Crude AF had got Andra threatening the political, what's his name? I can't remember his name, but she threatened to burn his house down.
Oh, geez. I forgot about that.
Yeah, this is the same Airbnb. She got up early and was on her live. But here we go.
Road off of Beach Creek. Should be the first residence on your right. Reference to a missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in and advised that the mother had went for a walk, came home. Now they can't find her. They've been dealing for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
But 4 social media sleuths, as they see themselves with big followings, have come to our region in hopes of uncovering some clues that investigators may have missed.
The 4 have a combined following of over 2 million people. They say they came here for answers for both themselves and their ample audience.
I mean, it's been 6 months. 6 months. 6 months.
It's been 6 months.
They are social media influencers and investigators. Their goal is to make noise and get noticed.
Any leverage I can use, whether I like what's coming out of my mouth, if it's leverage that I can pull people in, I will use it.
And it's just creepy.
Olivia Vital has one.
This is Whistledown's video. I just linked her her channel in the chat. Make sure you guys go sub up and give her a like and a view. She's worked really hard on these and she's done a very good job.
1.2 million followers on TikTok.
It means that we can reach a large audience and bring exposure and spotlight to these cases.
And the 4 of us came together as a group and put all of our talents and all our resources together, and we became a team.
This has opened up almost like a niche market.
A finger touch to their phone starts their sometimes nightly conversations with their hungry for answers audience.
Our mission.
Who support them.
See, so that's a super chat right there. Someone just donated $10. Thanks.
That $10
Do you remember this?
Oh, I think Whistledown and I were on the phone, praying to God and thanking our lucky stars, counting our blessings that we did not get sucked into going and doing this. Yes, I remember every moment of this.
Yeah. It's crazy as hell.
little by little adds up to pay for the means to work.
That is not helping.
Which is what they say this is.
We're down in Florida. We're over in Utah. We're in Wyoming. We're now in Tennessee. This stuff costs real money. And, this is a full-time job. And the only way we could afford to do something like this is by providing a service to the viewers, providing information that we're getting no place else.
Those viewers trust what they pay for, and the reward for them is hope that Summer's case will be solved.
For Summer Wells. So the reason why we're here, guys, is because I believe what's missing.
What did you see?
So I just look in this barrel and I see a kid stuffed animal.
Say hi.
All right, this is day one. Get ready. Yes, I did. Just Linda. I definitely seen it. She is mad and very upset about Burnt Toast Live last night.
Marissa! I'm screaming. Oh, I'm gonna go to customer service. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Or I'm gonna go to the car and get the bullhorn. I need the bullhorn right now because I literally cannot find anybody right now. I need to find Bullhorn Betty. What the heck is going on?
This is what we came up for. It's not hoot and holler. It's not just fun and games. It's not partying and everything like that. We are using the resources provided to us, and we're out there making a difference. That's what it's about. We are here to work. We are here to find answers for what happened to Summer Wells and hold the people accountable. Hold on.
Hi.
What in the world is this?
It's what?
JLR calling this out. What in the world is this? He already knows what time it is. He knows they're about to go back to the hotel, to the Airbnb, and get smacked.
So Whistledown's in the chat.
Molly is anyways.
Whistledown's in the chat. She said that BHB is planning to release a documentary on Summer Wells soon. She's hoping a network picks it up. They're submitting it to all of them. So we are trying to get this out before it gets released to help put a counter effort out there.
Nice. You're doing a good job, Whistledown. You really are. So they haven't made any difference so far, Punky. They have not made any difference that I'm aware of, anyways, in my opinion. I haven't seen anything different. So, all right, here we go.
What in the world are you people doing?
Okay, so it's been a long day. Is it stock hard?
Yeah, I'll take the hard.
Hard? You like the hard stuff, baby?
Oh my No one can
you guys. We don't care.
Oh,
PG.
my virgin ears. Girl Interrupted is on Netflix. Isn't this fabulous, dear? Isn't this cute? Like this whole thing, this is Jonathan's room. Or it could be mine, I don't know. Suave. It's a good thing I brought my own stuff, huh? Yeah, I brought my own stuff. So maybe this will be mine. And we have two little individual beds here. A cute bathroom here. Looks like exactly like one of our bathrooms in the other house. I'm assuming this one's going to be Jonathan's. I'm assuming. It's kind of masculine, so we'll let him have that. And then we have this. Okay, so if you're wondering why we invited so many people to stay with us, well, I'm going to show you. Have you ever seen the movie Annie? It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Stay treated. We get tricked. Oh, shit. Okay, look at all of these beds. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life.
Mind you, this is when they had collected funds to go to Summer Wells' house and, in quotes, protest. This is their own documentation. This is their own videos. This is right from their own channels, from their own lives, from their own streams. They documented this themselves.
They were supposed to be protesting. The agreement was to protest outside of TBI with also like CPS. because and this is where I had it was before, it was in the weeks, in the days leading up to this was when I had the conversation with Olivia. And what she essentially said was she was there to film everything that was going to transpire. Oh, so you're really not here to bring awareness. You're just here to film the awareness. All right. Gotcha.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, ready? You know what? Yes, I have to agree, Nikki. She never missed an opportunity to perform. This is disgusting. Say the victims' names. Tragedy, pimps. Yeah, it's just wait. It gets way worse. All right, just wait.
It's a cute room, right? It's the hard knock life, right? Does it make you want to like do backflips and tumbles? No one cares if you grow or if you shrink. I would do anything. Hey, is it assault if I get a big snowball, pack it really good, and throw it right at grandma?
Yes. Yes, it would be.
Club grandma right in the fucking head.
Gee, that's nice. This entire trip was paid for by subs, including clothes, food, housing, wine, craft supplies, bribing Dudley, cameras, computers, equipment, i.e. spy pins, transportation, absolutely everything.
Yes. Yes. And we do have the dollar amount on that.
The fucking toilet paper and shampoo and conditioner they fucking got.
And we do have the dollar amount on all of that was raised publicly. We do know what that dollar amount raised was.
Good Lord.
I do. But how do you, like, what is grandma gonna do? That Molly go lately outside, she clobbered me in the face with a snowball. I want the police here to arrest her right now. Boom! Right in the chops. Get off my channel. Get off my channel. When it's time for us to work, we will work.
Oh, somebody calls her ass out. Somebody just called her out. So yeah, I mean, then that definitely would be assault. That would definitely be assault. And it's not funny and it's not cute. I don't think it is at all.
Okay? I can't work alone by myself. I need to know what the plan is, and I can't do that unless the other four are here. There's a plan. A course of action. I can't do that by myself. JLR can't do it by himself. Blue and Betty can't do it by herself. We need to be together. So guess what? Either I could go lay down on that couch and risk falling asleep when they get here. Or I can knock out time the craziest way I know possible, which will knock out time live. Oh, that bitch got herself hit.
Olivia over here, you guys have to go to Chronicles
of Olivia.
Right there. She makes top-notch videos documenting our kids with
We're working. What are you doing? What are you doing? We're working. I can think of 100 things I'd rather be doing, but I'm working. I don't know about you. What's the news? We're talking about we'll have news tomorrow.
We even got Mama working.
Yeah. Look at her. She's like, hi. She has part of heels on the ground. She will
be with us on every mission. Right, Mamacita?
She is
come with us. That means you want Mamacita too. Don't be jealous. Come with us. That means you want Mamacita too. Don't be jealous.
And we will go to the Met House. We will go anywhere you want to go. Let's go down.
Making episodes, making series, just over here.
How many of you got a guitar,
On my other channel, Jonathan B. Riches, aka JLR. I'm going to do a lot of postings on there tomorrow. So
wow, it's just is a lot to take in. It's a
I
lot.
guess my arts and crafts would have come in real fucking handy right about then, right? And yes, it was vaping in the house that cost her, I think it was the $900 again. Everything always costs Molly when it comes to her traveling with these people. If you notice, it's always $900. Oh, I only raised $900. Oh, it cost me an extra $900. Oh, I lost a $900 deposit. Wait till
Yeah.
like it's weird. It's always $900.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Make sure you subscribe to that channel, and you'll see a lot of raw content. We don't know what.
And I know sometimes Jonathan like works my fucking nerves, but he really did try to rein them in here. And when they were drinking and shit, they run right over the top of his ass.
Right.
They
If
don't
you
dare
listen,
fucking.
if you listen to him, he's the only one actually. I mean, he sounds like a used car salesman hawking a product, right? But pause game on point. The wine's made her red. Probably allergic to the sulfites in the wine.
Oh my God, here we go.
What's going to happen? Maybe TBI comes out with all sorts. Maybe the lead agent or TBI spokesman or somebody on TBI spokesman.
I don't have any expectations for tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie.
The media's coming out tomorrow. A lot of people coming out tomorrow. That's what we're going to do. Justice for Summer Wells. Justice for Summer Wells. And I'm going to use YouTube. You know, I never really went live on YouTube until this case. I should have went live on the Gabby Petito case when we were outside Brian Laundrie's house or across the street. We were outside. Oh my God.
A month straight.
You know, anyone that's following, I Chelsea, Crystal Turner, they were out of Moab murdered in August. August 14th.
I'm so tired.
Time around Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie had that incident up there in Moab around the same time. But your murder.
We're going to be careful. We're going to be careful of the weather. We're going to cover our six. The good news is we have almost our policy.
Oh my God, I can't do this. I need to get to PayPal. Like,
bring it to you. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
okay, that was a funny comment. It's a great book. I read it in one day because it's a toilet book. You keep it in the bathroom and you read it when you're on the job.
Again, my arts and crafts would have come in real handy right about here.
This is stressful. You can read.
Sure. Okay, so I need the L. You got the L. I need a C. There's a C.
Oh my God.
I need an L. What do you got? You got the K. The C.
Okay, ran away.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
I wish I had spray paint. I'd be able to knock these out in 2 minutes.
Molly was live on her own YouTube channel during all of this. This is all captured from her. This is all captured from Molly's channel while Molly was live doing this. Each one of them had their own cameras filming themselves the entire time. It was like a live streaming house.
Do it again.
Heels on the ground. Or I have uniques. I have heels on the ground. Or heels on the ground. Heels on the ground.
Sorry, Duke was barking. I didn't want to unmute. Sorry about that. Hold on. Whistledown said they haven't done anything but drink, film, and color. They filmed the trip to Walmart, for fuck's sakes. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. This shows exactly what they did. A whole lot of nothing. A whole lot of partying.
Heels on the ground.
I like that one was the ground. That was the
Heels
best
on
one.
the ground.
Or this one.
Heels on the ground.
Oh, I'll echo.
Yeah, right? I like the ground. I'm like, ooh, I feel like I'm at the discotheque. Hands on the ground. Oh, we can make a song out of it. Hands on the ground.
Oh,
yes.
But thank you for the $5.
Trust him. And look, if she listens to me.
Look, and we both did our roots.
See, I go blonde. Like blonde. I go straight up.
They're afraid of my hair. all falling out.
Somebody thought it was an insult. She's like, you got cheap boxes.
I'm an asshole. I'm dramatic.
Drama.
And that's what we didn't want, but what? Oh, shut up. And it's about
I eat too much.
Success has been the closet. Thank you for the heels. We're in knock. I could really use a massage or someone to just straight my body out. Oh. A yoga studio, but slips, sink ships. Okay, Barbie. Coca-Cola, and I have.
You know what?
What?
I almost feel like this is a episode of Intervention.
Oh, girl. Looking back on it now, you can clearly see that this one has had a hard fall from grace. Like, it's just bad. It's just, I again, being part of everything leading up to it. Trust me, when we saw what the upstairs looked like, both Whistle Down and I were like, yep, we would have been locked up there. Our meds would have been with JLR, and our phones probably would have been taken away from us, and all the craft supplies would have been dumped up there. And then they would have let us out sometime in the morning. No joke.
Coca-Cola. My friend used to have our supplies, and we can get some coffee in the morning and some lunch tomorrow afternoon, because we will have to eat out tomorrow. You care that I put a bunch of stickers on my tits and pretended to be Chanel while I was drunk? All right. Do you care that I got drunk and I really don't even drink that often and got arrested in New Orleans?
It's a funny video of Molly. She has some words, very kind words for
Thank you,
Candace.
Suzanne.
Just some very kind words for Candace.
Thank you, Tawanda. Thank you, Tawanda, and thank you, Suzanne, for the Cash App. It's coming in. I can see the Cash Apps, and I thank you. If you do want to send me a Cash App, it's Molly Go Lightly. It's $ Molly Go Lightly LC.
Yeah.
Is it?
Here we go. Can we play?
Yeah, let's play. We're gonna find out.
Summer. Watch what you say.
You don't even know. I don't know what I would even do if I saw this woman in person. I would lose it. If we saw her in person, if something happens on this trip where we see her, just tell me. If you see her, just say, Marissa, stay in the car. Just stay in the car and don't say anything. Because I will do something that I will regret. I'm telling you, I will. So save me before it happens.
Did it once before, we'll do it again.
It's gonna be worth it.
She said you said at the end you'll knock the B out.
I will knock that fucking bitch out.
No.
So you're up there.
There we go.
All right, please don't call me when I'm live. For fuck's sake.
Candace Block.
Just let me tell you about yourself.
Oh, let me tell you something.
That is the combination of what's going on here with the Wells. That's who they are. That's who they are.
I don't remember you.
It's sick.
No one's ever.
It's like cousins sleeping with cousins. You know, it's just animals all over the place. It's not funny.
It's not funny.
It's really not. But it's shameful and it's sick. Yes, the hills have eyes.
Do you know who I am?
Moderators find your.
So
I
always wondered if she returned from the swimming hole. But say she did.
You did not set it
Yeah,
up.
my thoughts is I'm leaning towards when Summer went inside, she fell down those steps, going down from the kitchen down to their, big house because the grandmother was at the store getting medications, and maybe grandma gave her a piece of candy and it was her medications, and she had a seizure and she flipped out. Arkansas, when he had a bunch of cases in Arkansas, he's had numerous arrests, right? So Don Wells, the way I saw it, and she fesses up, I do have faith and confidence in law enforcement still.
Oh my God, that's her foot.
TBI, stuff like that. But we're gonna be on this case all the way through the entire. I mean, we will be back next month if need be. We'll come back every month. We'll come back every month and put pressure on this case.
I'm Bullhorn Betty.
No, she's not. I'm Bullhorn Betty.
I'm Bullhorn Betty, and I'm here to tell you about yourself.
No, she's not. I'm Bullhorn Betty. Hey guys.
I remember when I first.
Did you miss me?
Yeah, the bullhorn was interesting with Molly almost got a ticket for using the bullhorn in front of the laundry. I went at the bullhorn at 7 a.m.
Jail.
And was out there like all day for like 3 days, and the cops actually didn't bother us, until I guess a bunch of neighbors or somebody was complaining. Then they started saying, "Look, you can be out here, but you can't use the bullhorn. You can't use the bullhorn. There's bullhorn ordinances, so they were starting to enforce them." But the police, this is funny about the Brian Laundrie case, because the police were totally on our side.
Yes.
The police were telling us, they were like, "Look, man, we have daughters. We understand. Here's what you need to do. You can use the bull."
How many? For just put in one. Just tell JLR how many of you guys love me? Absolutely love me. Put one. Put one.
Love.
Give it a second.
Oh my God.
There we
I
go.
love you so much. I'd be willing to take a shower with you because I'm so tired.
You got some ones. So yeah. So I was glad I was able to out there at the taxpayers' expense. I mean, a lot of resources were wasted out there in the Carlton Reserve with crayons and
Give you $20 to get your roommate fee.
and stuff like that. I do read a lot of see a lot of
Cereal?
podcasts, and these people out there that.
It's been a very long day. I've been up for a really long time. I'm so tired.
Wow, what y'all think? That's episode 1. So what do y'all think? You think she nailed it or what? I think she did pretty fucking good on that one. Oh, dang, dude.
It was oh my goodness, was that a dog getting squealed?
That was Duke and Tilly over here play fighting, and he just snagged her toy and ran, and she ran after him and screamed. I don't know. They're down there fighting, playing with their toys. I don't know what's going on. Go. She gets mad at him though. She's so little, but you know what I mean? Like they play nice together, but sometimes she just gets irritated with him and she'll go after him.
Well, if the average size thing were ginormous to you, I get it. My little tiny Tucker was fearless.
Yeah, but usually she runs his shit. You know what I'm saying? Like when she screams at him like that, like she just did, he fucking cowers down. Like all she has to do is like scream like she just did to him, and he just cowers right down to her. She puts him right in his fucking place. I mean, that's just
so love little dogs.
Yeah, she's like 2 pounds and he's like fucking 10, 15 pounds. You know what I'm saying? She's like, you know, like she just did. She just cussed his ass out and just cussed him clean out. And he's still laying there like, what? Like he's even scared to fucking move.
I'm so god. He's like, I am so fucked up.
Yeah, so we I think she did really good on that. So now we have Exposed Cyber Sleuth Summer Wells Part 2. This one was from 15 hours ago. Here I'm gonna drop the link, so make sure you guys go sub up and give it a like and a view and stuff. Show some love, show some support and shit, because she's doing a really good job making these. She said she has more content left to make more of them as well, like to continue on. So I think it's pretty good that she's bringing them, bringing it up and showing it, and it's in their own clips, in their own in their own words, basically. So
it's from their perspective.
There's a lot of people who weren't even around back then to know about all this. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people who didn't even see this. They came after the fact.
Right.
There's a lot of people who came during Quentin Simon who didn't know anything about this.
Well, and this is their own footage.
Yeah, this is what they did. Like they tried to do the same shit at Quentin Simon, but only with Quentin Simon, we weren't having it.
Well, I think that the Summer Wells stuff showed us that that's how quickly it can get out of control.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
And Whistledown and Whistledown 777 are two different people. Because I've seen a Whistledown, we have our Whistledown, and then there's a lady Whistledown 777. Not the same person, two different people.
Because a lot of people have been asking, are we going to be going to TBI today? There's government buildings are closed and all this other stuff. We have decided, yes, we are going to be moving forward with a TBI. We will be out front of there. For those that need to, that are meeting us there, please continue to meet us there. We are going forward. We've got our signs ready. Everybody's getting up and we are leaving. I'm just going to let this keep rolling because we will be live at TBI. We will be live at TBI going out there. We're not going to have people distract us from our mission for today. And I'm sorry, but we're moving forward. We're going to go out there. We're going to be out there 6 hours. We're going to be in freezing cold weather. We got boot warmers. We got hand warmers. We've got coffee, and we've got signs. So we are in good shape today. I have decided that, I always say what so much that we are going to have a say what product line, a merch line. We've got the Bullhorn Betty merch line. We've got the Coffee Club merch line, and we're going to have a definitely a say what merch line. And we're just going to move forward. We got boot warmers. We got hand warmers. We are going to be okay, folks. We really are. We're going to be okay. For those,
all just for your safety.
Okay, so
But,
why don't you lead the way? Show us where we can park,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
we'll get our signs out and do our thing.
that way you can park there. You can get in and out of your cars, be warm, whatever you need. There's
Appreciate
that.
all
And
your
there are people there
hospitality.
that'll listen? Are there
I'm
people
sorry.
there?
Well,
Bodies?
you've got this.
It's starting to snow.
So it's starting to snow out here. It's blurring
Hi,
out
guys.
here. Cold. You got the
Jonathan just made this one. right now. He did this in the car. We keep getting frostbite and like having to go back in the car. But so we're kind of taking a break, and my phone was like dead. My phone is always dead. Here's Molly. We're getting
In the car, sitting in there. Everybody else is outside, and there she sits right in the car.
So let's give a little backstory on this and clear it up. Now, this was on a day that it was a holiday. It was a federal holiday, I believe. So, and they got put in a back parking lot at TBI, and it was only these four.
Yep, and there was they were actually closed. They tell you the TBI building is closed.
Yeah, there was
so
nobody
protesting at a closed building. That's what they're doing.
On a federal
they had to protest. They had to go do this because they had already taken money from their subscribers. So they had to go do this.
And it would have been smarter.
Frostbite, but here's
it would have been smarter for them to buy gloves instead of hand warmers because, like, yeah, they went there when it was closed. Yes, Julie, it was closed. It was a holiday.
Yes.
Nobody was there. Nobody else showed up.
They say she'll tell you it's closed. She says it in here that the building's closed. They hear us. She goes, it's closed today, but they hear us. I fucking died laughing when I heard that shit. I'm like, what? All right, here we go.
Sit down. Hold on. Sit down. So here I'm getting.
All right, guys, I'm signing off. We'll be back in a bit. God bless.
Getting frostbite. Yeah, it's recording. There's Mom. We had to go buy warmer pants because it's really freezing. There's someone leaving right now, but yeah, there's law enforcement coming in and out, like people that work there. So, you know, they're here. They're closed, but we can still protest.
So there's law enforcement going in and out, but they're closed, but they can still protest.
Right.
Wait, what? So they're protesting at a closed building, and the only people there are the officers going in and out.
Right.
Still protest. My hands are freezing. Holy.
It is cold out here. There's no doubt about that. They're listening. They hear us. They hear us.
So we're taking a break right now. Oh, you want us? I'm live right now, just saying.
We're out here with JLR, Marissa, aka Molly Go Lightly. I, Bullhorn Betty, am out here. You know, all these YouTubers that say that they're here to fight for justice for Summer Wells. Where are they? Look, where are they? Where are they? Just curious. Where are they? Where are they? Even the
Well, what they're not going to do is stand outside of a closed TBI building on a fucking negative, 30-degree day, and stand out there screaming and hollering at a fucking closed building that no one else is there.
It wasn't negative 30 degrees. The frostbite thing. I mean, it was 30 degrees. It just.
I thought she said negative 30.
No. Well, she did say negative 30, but it was 30 degrees. It's winter in Tennessee. This would have been January in Tennessee.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it wasn't below zero. There's just so wrong in what she's saying. Maybe because they're from Florida and they don't understand cold, but 30 degrees, we're wearing hoodies. Come on now.
Yeah.
ones that are supposed to be here with this group, glad they didn't come, but where are they? Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found.
I have 2% battery left. Thanks for your donation.
Yeah.
Thanks, Penny.
Just go ahead and end. I'll go live here in just a little bit.
In this area. Yeah, I'm just gonna 2% battery. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna go charge up here, but I'll be live. I'll go back live.
We're definitely coming back Monday. We're going to be off and on. We got other places we're going to go. We got other businesses here. It's cold here. It's not open, so we weren't really going to come here when we found out it was not open. We still came anyway. The message that we're trying to say is we don't take weekends off and snow days off when it comes to summer wells, right? They don't take weekends off. We don't take snow days off. Look, the snow, it's a dusting of snow. A dusting of snow, and they want to close the building.
It's sunny.
An excuse. It's an excuse not.
So the footage that we just watched was the entirety of their day.
It was not 6 hours. It was about 40 minutes.
Yes, about 40 minutes, and then they go back to the Airbnb, right? Isn't that where they head back to?
You lied to us all. You did nothing today but sit in a car. That's what somebody just said to me. Are you serious? These are new jeans. This is a new sweater. This is a new shirt, and it's a brand new jacket. So I have a tag on myself. I remember pulling off like 2 tags. I don't know. Maybe I missed one. I don't care. So we're being accused of sitting around in a car all day. That someone said you guys didn't do shit today. All you did. Sit in a car. Wow. We say you need haters. No, don't say screw them. Because if you don't have haters, you'll never make money. People start making videos about you. That means you are going to make money. I think Bullhorn Betty is making a Captain and Coke. Captain Coke. How was the day? We're tired. Boom, boom, let's go back to my room where we can do it all, and you can make me feel right. Oh, what about this? Gonna lay down? Gonna lay down?
I know I owe nobody anything but you, Marissa.
Well, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be breathing.
I wouldn't be breathing.
You really love that chicken, don't you? White girls who love to eat chicken. White girls who love to eat chicken.
Would you want to be so racist? I have to ask a real gay guy. Do you think I'm homophobic? No?
Oh, I'll be
You
here
don't think
for-
I'm homophobic?
Oh,
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
listen.
No.
This is what
You're
I
a
tell
big
people.
racist.
This is what
No, you think I'm a racist?
I am not racist.
You
I
think
hate
I'm a
everyone
racist?
equally.
Yes.
Come on.
Everyone equally.
Most people that I don't
everyone
like
equally.
are actually white, believe it or not.
People are idiotic. You guys have nothing better to do with your time. Like, go get a life. Or go do something productive in your community. How about come out and freeze your ass off in front of TBI with us? Or maybe even better, why don't you come to Don Wells' house with us and let's protest? And
I think a
demand
lot
him
of
to
people
tell us
would be
where he put his
scared.
daughter.
I
I think
know.
everybody should come out and hang out with us Sunday. We'll give you the spot. Why don't you reach out to us? And we'll tell you where we're going to be hanging out on Sunday. We're going to be doing nothing but hanging out and wasting our time and resources and everything like that.
Getting drunk.
Getting drunk. But if you do want to hang out with a bunch of drunks and lowlifes, why
We're
don't you
here.
reach out?
Yeah.
We'll tell you where the lowlives hang out. We'll tell you where the real lowlives hang out. You come out there and meet us. Because somebody's editing.
Yeah.
We won't tell you who it is. Let me let you guess.
Like the
Oh, but I thought you bought her.
Oh, I found her on Wayfair.
like
Notice Justin's there now too.
Oh yes, this is.
She was a pretty penny.
She is a pretty penny.
She is beautiful.
Here's this. My family hates me and my friends love me. I'm good.
Yeah, that was me.
In order for you to dox me,
Yes.
I hope you guys have, what is it?
Yes.
International phone calling.
He was 19.
Hey guys, listen, I'm going to go get a hot shower. I've had a really stressful day. You know, this beauty doesn't come naturally. I know I don't look very beautiful right now, but I'm sure after a
She's
hot
always
shower.
Are you coming back down?
Of course I'm coming back.
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding me? I gotta wear my black underdress.
Yeah.
I bought long johns today. Like I did.
You have no idea what I brought down, and I'm like,
She brought down
I'm gonna make Justin jealous. I'm gonna make Justin jealous. He's gonna want to.
Oh, I know what it is. I bet you I know what it is.
You have
Was
not
it what
seen it.
Ursa was going to order?
Oh, the black double dong?
Not the double dong.
Oh, well,
Judgment-free zone. Heather B. Beachy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the hive, baby. Fairy Meadows member for 14 months. It's hilarious. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. What were you saying?
You know, I mean, to each their own, I suppose. But the way that the two are looking at her right now, I mean, I don't know. Pause game on point.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, no, I didn't buy a double dong.
Not a double dong.
My husband was shooting in the mouth.
You might be my best friend after that. Oh yeah, he's just he's staying away from all the alcohol.
I'm too good for alcohol.
Is anybody here that knows? Is anybody here in the chat that knows anything about electricity?
Are you live?
I'm live. Yes, I don't want. What's
You
been
just
happening?
go live?
Yeah, it's
You
like
just go live?
It's like a Blair Witch Project.
How long have you been live?
Like a minute and 15 seconds. All messages. No one's saying anything.
Kitty, are you here?
Oh, I know. Kitty. Oh my God, your dress scared me. Your dress just scared me.
Been here. We're in pajamas. Of course we're back here.
We just took a little ride.
Oh, you rode me? I think people are gonna get jealous if you hear that shit.
No, the dogs.
I don't know.
I wasn't gonna tell them. All right, so I'm laying in Andrew's bed now. Do I look like Andrew? Hey, Laura, you're kind.
Do.
Okay, can you talk to them while I pee real quick? I'm gonna pee.
Don't worry, I put the seat down. Hi guys. Thank you. Night now. Night.
Don't bitch. Don't care. I don't care who's mad anymore. Muscles.
Yeah, so the next episode is day 3, right? So Cyber Exposed, Cyber Sleuth Summer Worlds Part 2. There'll be Part 3, she said. She's got more to upload.
It's maybe 8 or 10 parts in total.
She did a good job. She did a really good job starting out, man. She's done a very, very good job. Whistle Down, you've done really good on those.
I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of her.
She's done great, man. If you're helping, you've done great too, or whoever's, you know what I mean? However you guys are doing it, you've done really good. That's what's
Listen, it's a joint effort. It's a joint effort because this is what we thought those people were about, and that's why we were willing to link up with them. I got a bad rap out here. Oh, look at that. You just got gifted. There 2 people gifted for you. Whistledown gifted 5, and crap, the other one slid by.
Thank you, Whistledown, for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate that, love. And Seeker gifted 5 memberships. Thank you guys. If you guys got one, make sure you tell them thank you. I appreciate y'all supporting the Hive.
We honestly believe that they wanted to make a change out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing really good with it.
And I get that I got a bad rap out here because I got a mouth on me. I get it. Totally understand. I've also made some adjustments, trying to do better, trying to be better, and not.
What's
and
that
I'm
got to
willing
do with the video, though? Well, I mean, what do you mean? I don't understand. Why are they
That
just?
also- Well, that also is why we're doing this, is to show that, like, all along, we had the right intent. We're sorry that we hooked up with people, or we're willing to, that we didn't maybe vet well enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that too. Shit, you don't realize what's going on. I mean, sometimes until it's too late. Yeah, it's a really good video. You guys, I mean, whoever's doing it, I mean, Whistledown putting them together and putting them out there, you've done really good. I really appreciate it. I think it's very, very well done. And Voices, if you're helping her, good job. Whoever's got all the clips, those are really good clips. That's from a long time ago. So whoever had them, so you know what I mean, was the real MVP. Shit. Them clips are from a while back. I know I deleted some of my clips, but I had to
That's
make
all. She's got the whole database of that. She recorded it all.
Damn.
That's all Whistledown.
Yeah, so that's good footage to have, man. That's old shit. Like that's good stuff to have there. As a reminder when you make videos like this, it's yep, it's been pretty well done. Okay, so let's see here. We were gonna go into the Harmony Montgomery. Has anybody been paying attention to the Harmony Montgomery case? Has anybody watched any of it?
It's just horrific, and that's kind of where I've kind of avoided it, just because it's just so. I felt like from the beginning of learning any of it that the whole system and everybody failed that little girl.
Well, they're letting Adam have the choice to stay out of the courtroom, which is bullshit. He should have to sit in there. He should have to sit in there and listen to every gruesome fucking detail and every fucking little thing.
Absolutely, he should. That's. But I'm proud of you guys that can do it. I just can't. I just can't. And you guys, bless your heart, lip locked. That poor little girl just had nothing but trauma.
Yeah, it's. Well, she said, just another troll. So am I talking to myself here? Voices. What do you mean, baby? I don't see a comp. Hold on, let me have to go back up.
Oh, it's starting shit, Queen. I'm cherry picking and walking away.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see the comment. Honestly, I'm crazy. Crystal, thank you. Member for 5 months. Thank you, Seeker. I really appreciate it. Voices, you said on a panel last week saying don't talk on kids. As you talked about someone raw dogging themselves on a bunk bed with their kid. I don't know about all that, but I don't want to bring that over here.
Right.
I know that.
I don't want to bring that up over here right now. That's just not even. That's not the place or the.
That doesn't have anything to do with anything over here. I don't want to bring that up over here. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely nothing I want to deal with over here. But anyhow, moving on. So this Harmony Montgomery case is really sad. So now they're letting him stay out of the courtroom. They're not making him go in there, and I think the piece of shit should have to go in there and listen to everything he did, listen to all the nasty fucking shit he did to that little girl. You know what? It makes me so fucking sick to hear her talk about it. And you know what really pisses me off is she's sitting here playing, you know, like victim and how she had it so bad. And no, you sat by idly and watched this little girl get tortured and fucking murdered. Fuck you. Then when she left her 2 kids, left her 2 sons, and took her daughter and ran. So you're leaving your 2 sons with a murderer, somebody you know and watched murder his own child? The fuck is wrong with you? See, this really fucking irritates my soul. So if I have like a little outburst here or start getting pissed off, don't mind me here. But anyhow, we'll play the opening statement here. This is the opening statement. We'll play some of this and then I'll put it on her mom, or sorry, Kayla, her stepmom.
And he's not in the courtroom at this time, or is he in the courtroom?
No, he's chosen not to be there. He doesn't want to be in the courtroom. He's opted out.
So he doesn't have to listen to any of this trial. He just has to go show up and sit in a room every day, right?
Yep. He's opted out of being there.
Why did then?
He's a coward ass bitch.
All right, I'm going to hush and I'll listen with you. Here we go.
It pissed me right off. So here's the opening statement. We'll listen to a little bit of this and then I'll put Kayla on.
He wasn't looking for her, and in fact, he was hoping. Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who was not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, he wasn't looking for her, and in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found. His concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions would be brought to light. That's because he was the only person in this world who knows where Harmony is, who knows where her body is, and he was hoping that she would never be found. The one person, the one and only person who murdered Harmony, who butchered her body, and who disposed of her like yesterday's trash. This case is about Harmony Montgomery. I don't want that to get lost as we progress throughout this lengthy trial. This case is about Harmony Montgomery, but it's also about the defendant, his actions, his rage, his brutality, and his escalation in violence. The murder of Harmony Montgomery, that was just the beginning of the depraved actions of this defendant and what this case is all about. It's about a man who, for 2 years, evaded apprehension, didn't have to answer for his crimes, had no appreciation or concern about Harmony being missing because he already knew she was dead. For 2 years before the Manchester Police Department initiated their search for Harmony Montgomery, that man got away with murder. His only concern, other than Harmony's body being found, was to keep his wife, Kayla Montgomery, from coming in here and telling you all what he did to her. His heinous actions, his cover-up, what she witnessed. For 2 years, he got away with butchering a 5-year-old girl. And that defendant made sure that Harmony would never be found, that she'd be gone without a trace. You'll see, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence of the horrible things that he did to her, and he would get away with it. And so he went to great lengths to cover up his crimes, to cover up beating Harmony to death for a bathroom accident. He went to great lengths to cover up his conduct. Beating Harmony to death because she soiled herself. And he thought that if he destroyed the evidence, what remained of Harmony? If he destroyed Harmony, he could never be charged. He was careless in this meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. We're going to hear about those mistakes because it's evidence of his crimes. It's evidence of what he did. So let's talk about the evidence in this case. On December 7th, 2019.
What's up, B-Tim? What up, man?
What's up, man? What's up?
Shit. We just started playing the opening statement of the trial here.
Oh, yeah, he does a great opening statement. Outlines what a terrible person this guy is. I mean, this guy is, to me, in my mind, in my opinion, is pretty freaking guilty. And it's just that outrageousness of the whole thing. Like, he there literally was moving this child's remains around, hiding it, not answering it. I mean, the guy is a disgusting human being. I don't know. Personally, I wish they just like convicted him and had like a friggin' a noose on the back with on a like some sort of thing just to hang this guy or something like immediately. Just a garbage human being. I don't know. Completely garbage human being. Yeah, I honestly think a lot more people should be in trouble than just this guy, though. 2 years, no one says jack shit. And then they take out like a 111-page report and says, well, the judge just didn't think it was constitutional to check out if the guy was living in living conditions. It's like, okay, bro. Just terrible. And he admitted that he moved the corpse, right? He pleaded that, I believe. Like, he was like, yep, I plead that I moved around the corpse. It's like, well, sir, what's his defense? Like, I don't even know what his defense is. What is his defense? I ain't got know what the hell he's going to defend with this one.
Your little 150-page rabbit hole that you sent me down yesterday, like, I got maybe, I don't know, a little bit farther from where you left off reading, and I had to turn it, like, I had to close it. Like I said, I feel that in every way, shape, and form, this child fell through the cracks, and the system and her parents and every person out there let her down.
Yeah.
That's just where I had to end.
Yeah, pretty much.
Partial.
Yeah. It's really sad. The whole thing is basically that they let this little girl down and no one in the system let her. But this is not like the only situation because this was right during COVID. So this happened with a lot of kids during COVID. Like a lot of kids were just basically forgotten during COVID. And then like 2 years later, they check on them. Oh, they're dead. They're missing. They're deceased. You know what I mean? And then now it's, you know, what was learned? I don't know. I don't think any of these people learned a lesson like the system learned a lesson. I think the only thing they're trying to do is cover their asses at this point. Pretty much. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Someone should write a book about it, like the forgotten children of COVID, like basically. Because a lot of children were forgotten. You look it up. Look at all the missing kids. Like, you know, they even look them up like 2 years later, a year later, and they eventually go about actually checking on them and they find out they're deceased. I don't know. I think that's pretty fucked up if you think about it. And this is just a famous case. I could probably go back and look around and find you maybe 10 more cases just like this one. Simple as that. So, but I think this guy's doing a great opening statement. He's really outlining the brutalness of this act, the monstrousness of this act where this man, you know, beat a child, a 6-year-old child, because they had a bathroom accident. Because, you know, she's a child, because you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, obviously kids are going to have that situation. They might, you know what I mean? But the guy was so uncontrolled, so brutish that he decided to beat a 6-year-old child to death. And instead of just going and getting medical treatment for this child, he decided to just continue on his way to Burger King.
So my nephew, a week or so ago, had a rough day, had a day of the trots. So his mom brought him to me to come hang out for a day because he still wasn't quite regular enough to go to school. I mean, like, accidents happen. Kids are kids. That's a failure in parenting.
Yeah, I absolutely believe. Yeah, I know. But with Lauren Arch, she says blame is with her father, Eric. Yes, COVID also is a factor, but the father is the one who did this. Well, I agree. The murder is on him, but the fact that no one actually looked into this for 2 years. I mean, if they would have actually at least found out if this girl was missing or something was going on, you know, 2 months, 3 months or something like that, they might have found her remains. Yeah, that's what my point is, at the very least. Or if they would have done an actual check of where his living conditions, where he wasn't even getting electricity at one point. He had a generator back going through the window to power his place. I mean, the guy was
At least he had
unfit.
power. At
Yeah.
least he had power.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, you go.
It would be, I mean, I would think it would be even worse. At least he figured out another way to still provide power, electric to the home. I mean, it would be even worse if you didn't have like basic electric, right? I can't fault him for that part of it, but everything else, like,
oh, I fault him for a lot of things.
I'm
The guy
not
was
faulting
unfit. He was unfit to have a child in his house. I mean, like, he had no stable home. He was,
I mean,
the
all of
guy
that.
had a huge.
I mean, he
huge
is
criminal record.
yes. In the end, he's the reason she's not here. And this guy, the opening statement where he got away with it for 2 years. So for 2 years, he could, he didn't have to worry about anything. Well, he did worry, but it's because of his own actions. He had worry.
Yeah, I mean, by not calling authorities and then lied to DSF. Yeah, well, DSF decided not to check. DSSF decided not to check. You know what I mean? They just took his word for it. The judge who did the ruling was a moron. I don't know. He retired. I forgot. I have to look up the judge again. But I think at one point in the articles in that book, he thought it was unconstitutional to put like an actual check because it was like an issue with 2 different states. And I guess she was in Massachusetts and the other one, I'm trying to remember what the other state was. And it was just that he just thought it was just a good, he thought it was unconstitutional to check what the living conditions would be. Okay. Many times kids fall through the cracks without. That's true, but a lot more actually fell through during that particular time period. A lot more. If you actually check all the missing, like the kids like that, you will see fucking like literally the entire system let everyone down at that particular time. A lot of kids more kids fell through the cracks at that time than any time I can think of. Jade, she's another devil, I'm sure. But anyhow, I guess Quinn, you keep on playing if you want. Just want to make that statement.
All right, here we go.
The defendant beat Harmony to death because she had a bathroom accident, something she had no control over. She beat her pants, and he murdered her in a series of attacks, of brutal strikes that began that morning in the car that she was living out of and ended in the Burger King parking lot that you all saw yesterday on The View. He carried her body with him for months. For months, he carried her body, and he discarded her with zero appreciation for the life that he'd taken. Just a fear of being caught. And in the months that followed, he beat, he injured, he terrorized the only witness to his crime, the only person that could come in here and tell you what he did. She was his loose end, Kayla Montgomery, his wife. He conditioned Kayla through force and through threats with the purpose of making sure that she would never come in here and tell you what she'd seen, what he did. Beating Harmony to death for another accident, destroying her body, freezing her, thawing her, squeezing the liquid out of her, compressing her body into a bag like this one. Compressing her body into a bag like this one and filling it with lime to further decompose her. Unspeakable things. And this is what he did to the only witness he left alive. She was beaten, she was conditioned, and she was living in fear. She was in a nightmare with no end while he dragged around Harmony's body for months. And I want to pause here for just a moment. I want to thank all of you for being here. This is going to be a lengthy trial. You're going to hear many difficult things. That's not lost on us. It's not lost on the attorneys that are in this case. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and listen to the evidence, to judge the evidence. It's necessary. It's a necessary function. And if you listen to the evidence, if you keep an open mind, and if you follow Judge Messer's instructions, you'll understand the timeline of Harmony's death, of the cover-up. You'll understand the horrible things that that defendant did, why he assaulted, why he murdered, why he terrorized. And after he was done with all of this, why he destroyed evidence, why he lied, why he blocked his friends and family, why he manipulated his wife into doing terrible things to hide his crime, to hide the victim that he murdered. So let's talk about the victim that he murdered, the victim that he made sure couldn't come into this courtroom and tell you the horrible things that he did to her. Her name is Harmony Montgomery. And there are 4 descriptions that you're going to hear of Harmony during the course of this trial, some of them horrible. Harmony was born to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and her mother, Crystal Sorey. She was born on June 7th of 2014. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a Minnie Mouse fan. She was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. She was just 5 years old when the defendant brutally murdered her. During the course of her brief life, she was a fun-loving girl. She was someone that defied all odds. She spent most of her life with Tim and Michelle Rafferty, her foster parents, who she called Daddy and Mommy Michelle. And those odds that she defied. When Tim and Michelle got Harmony, when they got custody of her, she was just 2 months old. Michelle was told she's not going to live past 7 months, told that she had learning disabilities. Still, you'll hear that Harmony was an intelligent girl. She was a curious child. She was a child that ran with other children, played with them. She was potty trained at a very early age. At a very early age, she was potty trained, and that'll become important as we progress throughout this trial, so keep that in mind. Harmony was potty trained at a very early age. She wasn't someone that was bound by limitations, and you'll hear that when she lived with her mommy, Michelle, and her mommy, Crystal, she was thriving. She was thriving in school. She was thriving with her peers. She was a child like any other. She was full of life. But that's just one description of Harmony, and I told you there are more. The defendant got custody of Harmony in February of 2019. At that time, she was only 4 years old. The second description is darker. It comes from the 10 days before the defendant murdered her, and we'll talk about that more as we go along. The 10 days before he murdered her. In the second description, not the one where Harmony's thriving. In this one, she's scared, she's skinny, she's constantly exhausted, and she's bruised. At this point in Harmony's brief life, she's not able to control her bladder. She's not able to control her bowel movements. She's soiling herself. And during this period, the time when the defendant had her, those 10 days, she went from living in their home on Guilford Street at 77 Guilford Street to being homeless and living in a car, in the family's car. And when they were living in that car, those bathroom accidents got worse and worse, and they came more and more often. And you'll hear about the defendant's rage, this rage of the defendants that was building and building with each and every accident. And each time Harmony had an accident in that 10-day period, the defendant would strike her. That rage only growing, adding to that fear. And the next 2 descriptions come from the actions that the defendant took after he had murdered Harmony, after he beat her to death. You'll hear that she went from this little girl full of life, a girl that radiated happiness, that radiated joy, to a scared girl, broken, bruised. And from there, she went to the dead girl in the duffel bag. And after that, she went to the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that the defendant slept under for months. For months, as Harmony's body fluid, her blood, leaped through that duffel bag and was absorbed into that ceiling, he slept under her. That's what he did to her. That's what he made Harmony. His actions. Remember that as we go along. This case is about his actions. And those are the descriptions of Harmony. That's what the defendant made her before he disposed of her. Harmony was just 5 years old when the defendant beat her to death, but her story continues long after her death with the gruesome actions that the defendant took, the things that he did to her, the places that he took her. 3 people witnessed Harmony's death, her murder, and they survived. Her 2 younger brothers, one just 5 months old, the other 2 years old.
That sick son of a bitch should have to be in this fucking courtroom listening and hearing everything going on.
He's not in the courtroom? Why is he not in the
he's not in the fucking courtroom. Absolutely not. But he should absolutely have his ass there. I don't know why the judge isn't making him go there.
Trial in absentia. Trial in absentia.
Oh,
This
okay.
this motherfucker.
What they should do is just have him, like, if he doesn't, just force him there, and if he acts rudely, fucking have him handcuffed, have something like the spit guard.
Yeah, no, he doesn't want to go. He said he doesn't want to. Oh, sorry. He said he doesn't want to go. Hold on. I see you, Fireflies. What's up?
Hey, question.
How are you? What do you need, baby?
Is this the idiot that had that
This is
little
Harmony
girl in the
Montgomery
duffel-
case. This is
Right,
Adam and
but
her
is
dad.
this the-
Yeah.
Is this the idiot that put that poor girl in the duffel bag carrying around to work and everything?
I wouldn't call him an idiot. I would call him a scumbag human being that should probably be thrown into a fucking meat grinder while
Yeah,
he's
if
still
you
alive.
were listening, yeah. This is.
Yeah, I was just like double checking because I only got to hear bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, well,
that's why I'm coming up and asking. And if you don't mind, I'll hang out with you just a little bit.
but this But yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's just letting him. They just let him. I mean, like this guy should be able to sit there and listen to this shit because this guy is a disgusting human being. I mean, the prosecution's doing a great kind of opening, kind of painting the narrative of how monstrous this act is, and it's it's doing a good job when you got like me pissed off, you got Queen pissed off. It's actually doing a great
irritated
job.
with it already. I'm fucking really irritated with it already.
Yeah, and that's what a good move by the prosecution. He's painting this picture because it is brutal. He brutalized this girl while she was alive. I heard reports that she was being abused. What was it? She was forced to clean the toilet with her own toothbrush. Multiple other allegations of abuse, and she lived in
he
terror.
did terrible things to her. And then they were talking about he put one of the things that the mother testified that he put a bullet in, like some kind of a ninja bullet or something inside of her. It was fucking. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah,
and makes me fucking
that's
sick.
correct.
That's
correct, Queen.
He's a monster and
Big motherfucker, and I hope they take care of his ass when he goes to jail.
Oh, unfortunately, I mean, like, I wish they just like had the death sentence and just like, took him out in the back. Maybe have like wood chipper there and toss him feet first into the wood chipper.
Volcanoes.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like,
all right, here we go. You ready? We ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hey, Ellie, what's up, baby?
Hey, I just wanted to say real quick that with the whole like him not appearing in court, there was like a hearing where he wanted to be in shackles instead of like this leg bar, because I don't know why. Like it was so interesting. Like I was watching it like I think yesterday they were talking about it. Like he like made this whole deal about like wanting to be in shackles instead of a leg bar, but then doesn't even show up. Like every day I think they have to ask him, and he like will decides each day if he wants to come or not.
Yeah, and also like another thing
That
goes
was
into-
his sticking point.
Well,
Yeah, it
that
was
was like before it, which is weird because no, he was allowed to like wear the shackles, which they usually don't want like a lawyer or like a defendant won't want to wear shackles because makes you look guilty. But like he made this whole deal about like the shackles versus this leg bar, and then decides not even to show up, which is just so crazy. Yeah.
Because a lot of
That
times,
shouldn't even be a choice. That shouldn't
times-
even be a choice.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kim.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't, like, for instance, like during that trial with that what was that crazy guy that represented himself? It was this guy he wanted to be in a
Darryl Brooks.
Yeah, he wanted to be in a his prison outfit, and they wouldn't let him because that would be like a mistrial type of situation where they'd be like, well, that kind of shows he's kind of guilty ahead of time, and usually that's why they try to force you to wear a suit and not to have the shackles, so the jury doesn't just naturally just assume you're guilty. Like goes into their minds.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fair trial. Yeah.
And he refused to be there. He's refused since that. He was there for that one hearing, and he hasn't been there since, which is so. He probably just couldn't face. I was watching
there because that's not right. You shouldn't have that choice of not being, to stay back and not go there.
I think it's like his constitutional right to be there, but it's also his constitutional right maybe to like decline being there. You get it? You know what I mean? Like it's a right to be there, so he could.
You can have a trial in absentia.
Yeah, it's right. I just, the sad thing is that there's no death sentence on this state, probably, right? I gotta look it up quickly. There's no death sentence.
New Hampshire? I'm not sure.
No. The last time I read, there weren't even allowed to do death sentence yet.
This is like the circumstances where they should absolutely do a death sentence on this piece of shit. I mean, like, I wish they just did it. Like, they just really, because this guy.
Caleb Montgomery.
You keep on playing. I'll keep quiet.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go.
Back then, Kayla was the defendant's wife. She was mother of his 2 small children, his 2 boys. They met when they were kids, and they married in 2017. And eventually, they moved to Manchester, New Hampshire, and they lived at the home on 77 Guilford Street. The defendant stayed home with the children, and Kayla worked. She was a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts. And during the 6 months leading up to Harmony's murder, their marriage was on the rocks. But Kayla tried to make it work. She wanted to make it work for her family. She wanted to make it work so that she didn't lose another person that she loved. But this case, it's not about Kayla. It's not about what Kayla did. It's not about what Kayla didn't do. Remember that as we go along. It's about what the defendant did. Kayla was the defendant's loose end. She was the witness to his crimes. She was the witness to his confession to an assault that took place against Harmony by the defendant in July of 2019. She was witness to Harmony's murder. She was witness to the defendant compressing Harmony into bag, smaller bag, compressing her more and more over the months that he had her, adding lime to that bag. And she was witness to the defendant disposing of Harmony. She was the witness that was left alive. So let's talk about that first event, the assault on Harmony from July of 2019. That summer, the summer of 2019, was Harmony's first time living with the defendant. It was her first summer with the defendant. And again, they lived at this home on Guilford Street. You'll hear that they lived there with Helen Montgomery, the defendant's grandmother, and the defendant's uncle, Kevin. And Helen and Kevin left that summer. They went down to Florida, and there Helen had a triple bypass surgery, and Kevin stayed with her. He accompanied her to help her in her recovery. And you'll hear that Kevin was gone for 3 weeks. And when Kevin left, when he left that home, Harmony was uninjured. No bruises, uninjured. But when he came back, Harmony had a large black eye. A black eye that was so swollen that the profile of her face had changed. It was horrible. This girl was bruised. She was injured. And her face was swollen. And when Kevin walked through that door, he saw Harmony. And this immediately stood out to him. This was his niece, his great niece. And the defendant was standing next to Harmony, and he said, "Harmony, what did you do? What happened to you?" And Harmony didn't even have time to answer. The defendant interrupted and said, "She didn't do nothing. I bashed her around this house. I beat the dog shit out of her." That's what he told his uncle about Harmony, what happened to her, how she got that injury. "I beat her. I did that." The defendant in this case. You'll hear that this shocked Kevin. It frightened him. And that was the last night he stayed in the house. He never went back there. He spent that night in his house, and he got out of there. And in the time that followed, he did everything he could to get Harmony help. He contacted authorities. He contacted DCYF, contacted Child Services. You'll hear that he was unsuccessful. This assault from July of 2019, that's separate and apart from the murder charges, a different incident. And so I want to talk about the murder now. And to do that, again, we have to talk about the 10-day period before the defendant brutally murdered Harmony. Those 10 days where Harmony had major life changes. You'll hear that the family went from living in that home on Guilford Street to being evicted and living in their silver Chrysler Sebring. And while they were living in the Sebring, they parked in that parking lot we saw yesterday at Colonial Village, the apartments. They stayed there in their car. Harmony at this point had another major life change. She started having accidents. She started peeing herself. She was incontinent. She couldn't control when she had to go to the bathroom. She was peeing herself and she was pooping herself. This girl that prided herself on being able to control her body, basic functions. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life. For 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny, and he would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse, and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony.
Damn, man. This is fucking...
Yeah,
basically sets the scene here. I don't want to watch all of that. You know what I mean? That's a lot, but I do want to...
I'm wondering what the defense is going to be. Like, I don't know how the hell he's going to fucking...
Queen,
yeah, that's going to be hard to come across, you know.
Queen, out of respect, I'm going to leave and come back later because this is like triggering for me. It's bringing back memories.
Yeah, that's
sorry,
fine. I mean, I don't know why you came up if it was, you know.
I
'cause,
was.
mean,
I didn't realize they were going to go in that much in depth.
Well, it's a murder trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, thank you, Queen. Love y'all.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
When she testified today, the girlfriend says it was the red mark when Kevin came home from this and turned into a black eye the next day. Jesus Christ. And Queen's gone. Oh no. I guess Queen's gone. It's just me and alien voices. No. Okay. All because the judge was, let me see. It truly is Harmony's case, definitely a difficult one. Yeah, it's a pretty difficult one, for sure. I agree with you. It's a very difficult case to sit through because you're listening to child abuse, you're listening to the details of a murder and how he just, well, he explained it, the bag situation, just listen to that part. No normal human being would ever do anything like that. No sane person would ever do something like that. I'm not saying he's insane, but I'm saying like this guy's messed up in the head beyond repair. But anyway, welcome back, Queen. Well, my sound works. I know that because I'm hearing the music. So
No, I said it was glitching real bad and it was irritating the fuck out of me. I think my internet's just down. I don't know, but it was irritating me. So I left and came back for a second.
I thought we were going to have a repeat of that incident last time where I'm talking and I'm not hearing anything and everyone's talking in the background. I was like,
but what?
There was an incident where I didn't have my headphones hooked up, and I jumped up and I thought no one was up here, but just me.
Yeah, yesterday I knew I shouldn't have put you up here, but I was like, man, my phone died right after, so I didn't even have a chance to tell you that you were on panel up here with the girls, and you just started reading that. I was like, oh shit, he came in like a wrecking ball.
And I couldn't hear anyone. I thought that you just left the panel with the like you were just like no one was on the panel, so you were just driving.
Yes, I was like, so we could hear you reading, and then I could hear Cappy and voices talking, and voices like, shit, he's just talking right over top of us. Cappy's like, I don't think he can hear us at all.
Yeah, I was
fucking cracking up.
It did sound like they were in the back of the class, and I was the teacher a little bit. That they were like in the back of the class talking to each other, and I was just sitting literally like in the front, not paying attention to the class at all. That definitely did sound like that at that point. All right, so we're gonna play this part now. The testifying of
this is Kayla's testimony. Yeah, and it's rough. It's fucking rough. So if you don't want to be in here or you don't want to watch it, I'm gonna need for you to go ahead and step on out right now, okay? Because this shit pisses me off, and I am gonna make comments, and it is gonna piss me right the fuck off and probably piss you off too. But I'm just saying, if you can't handle it, please make sure you leave the room right now, okay?
Stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long have you been there?
For over a year.
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
For perjury, for lying to the jury.
Keep that in mind. She's a motherfucking liar. She's a liar, and she has immunity to pretty much say and whatever. She will not be charged with anything that she says. So keep that in mind. She's a motherfucking liar, and she's got immunity.
About the whereabouts.
I'm just gonna go ahead and put it out here right now. My opinion is she was right there with it. She fucking helped instead of fucking helping that baby girl. She was right fucking there. She knew what was going on. She knew what happened, and she didn't do a goddamn thing to fucking prevent it. So fuck you. Fuck you.
Well, not fuck me, but fuck her. First,
right? No, I'm talking to her, not you.
The first to snitch is the first to walk, I guess, and she snitched, and they gave her a deal.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, fuck that. Her ass deserves to sit right fucking there next to Adam. Fuck that.
I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, agreed. I think like she should get another equal opportunity.
No, she sits here and fucking cries and plays victim and all this and that. No, bitch, you should be right fucking there with right next to him.
Yeah.
You didn't do a goddamn thing to fucking stop what the hell was going on.
She could have left and walked away at any point in time. She could have told somebody, look, this is what's going on. She could have told somebody. She could have left at any point in time.
Well, she could have went to the police station and said, "Hey,
That's
this
what I'm
guy's
saying.
carrying around the deceased remains of
No,
his
she just
daughter."
snatched her fucking daughter and left her 2 boys in there with the fucking, with this guy that murdered his daughter, and she watched and knew and still left her 2 kids with him. Fuck you. No, absolutely not. I have no fucking sympathy for this dumb bitch.
Yeah. Agreed.
Of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was scared, and I was told by Adam to.
Because you're a fucking
stick
murderer.
with that story that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came pick me up from work, which I was not working there at the time, he didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand
That
jury?
was a fucking lie.
Yes.
That's what you told the police?
And most of the things that she says in here, I fucking think she's a liar too.
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges?
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
Why did you stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble, and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter, and he started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes, July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah.
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point I'd move to admit the struck ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 98
Any objection? Okay.
and publish.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Kayla, what were you and Harmony doing in this photograph?
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
Now pay attention to that, because you know what really pisses me off? She was potty trained before, but then they supposedly get custody of her or whatever the hell, and she starts peeing, they have to live in a fucking car, and they wonder why the fuck she starts pissing the bed and pissing in the car and everything else.
Well, there's no place to go to the bathroom when you have
Not
to live
only
in a
that,
car.
right. If she said anything, then fuckers were probably so goddamn high they didn't pay attention to shit she was doing anyways.
No.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018, probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah, and myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when you moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house that you saw today?
Yes. Yes.
Kayla, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house, and this was Harmony's room.
Did you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full States Exhibit 1 and 2.
They were already full. I think they were. I think they're already full.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, States Exhibit 2. What can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street, and she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you say she really likes Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 10.
Any objection? Okay. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over the room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019.
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen.
Yeah, it makes me wonder when she starts nodding the fuck off. Is she in the methadone clinic?
Don't know.
I wonder what. I want to know what jail she's in. She said what prison she was in, didn't she? We need to check and see if they got a methadone clinic there, because she's nodding the fuck off like it ain't nothing. She can't keep her fucking head. She can't keep her eyes open. Girls, come on. She's nodding the fuck off. So either she stayed the fuck up all goddamn night waiting for this trial, or you know what I mean, she's on methadone or something, because her eyes, her head's nodding off.
I doubt that she's suffering from like some sort of like her conscience is acting up to keep her up. So,
That's.
let me see.
This
Okay,
is unbelievable.
She's currently in Concord, New Hampshire prison.
Yeah, do they have the methadone clinic there? Dude, come on.
No.
Why?
Let's see. Methadone clinic.
Now.
Let's see. We can still hear, by the way, Queen.
Always on bullshit, goddamn you.
Duke, huh? Damn.
Yeah, motherfucker, on bullshit again. Here we go.
I think there's like a program that allows New Hampshire people to people in the
There's a
prison.
methadone program?
Yeah.
Yeah, because her fucking, her head just fucking nods right off. Watch. She's got to be, they got her on a high, she's probably on a high ass fucking dose to stay high.
Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. And his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes.
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
Yes.
Wow, she's a great
Do
person.
you take responsibility for what you've done at Dunkin'?
Yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned?
Yes.
Where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? Hey, wait, brush.
Yes.
This is probably, they don't want the jury to hear what was said. Jesus.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, it's... I'm glad we can just skip right through the chat.
Kaylee, you mentioned Kevin
Yeah.
sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you
Probably
describe it?
hearsay. They were
Yelling
gonna argue.
at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street,
And where were the children?
playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had. that I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street
Who was she at home with?
with Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with a lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after
What was the new story he told you?
that he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue, or purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury?
Yes.
Do you know what Demetrius Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of, and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, what did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrius that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Was there a period in 2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
And, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
You want to grab the link, V-Tim, and pop this on? I got to run and grab little.
Sure. Is it? Is there a particular
Links in the
time?
back. Yes,
Is there-
I got 5121. We're at 5121 on here
Oh,
now.
I don't know where 51 means 51:20.
It's a live stream, so you're not going to find the exact spot unless you go to that. You know what I mean? It's live.
Okay,
So.
let me just go share screen. You tell me what part I'm at. Let me see.
This just says 5101.
5101.
5104 is what this one says here, but
Here, is this it? Try it.
let's see here.
You ready?
Yep, pop it on. Let's see. Yeah, pop it on. Let's see what she says. We'll know. It's actually dead air right now. Yeah, you have to skip forward for a minute. Hold on. Don't go too fast. Don't go too fast. Going too fast.
From the home.
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid.
Yeah, this is the part, the mortgage part.
Yep.
This is it.
Yep. And then you can go ahead and pop it on 1.5. That's what I had it on because it was otherwise it's slow as hell.
I was wondering why I was a little slower. Okay.
Yeah,
Here,
I
I'll play.
put it on 1.5 just because it's so fucking slow. But I mean, like I said, I'll and it's close enough. Yeah, and I mean, I'll talk. I'm sure I'll probably talk over it. But yeah, I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna jump in on my phone.
Okay, no problem. I'll start playing it now. All right.
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
In our car.
What kind of vehicle was it?
A Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the 2 boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester,
Why Colonial Village?
because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did he tell Mr. Badero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
And so can you just describe the sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat, and Harmony was behind the passenger seat, and the baby Declan was in the middle, and Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes.
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom, and so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in, and she wouldn't tell us that she had to use the bathroom.
I'm pausing it here. The reason why she probably was afraid to tell about going to the bathroom is because the guy was abusing her. And most likely...
Well, yeah, and I'm sure if she said she had to go to the bathroom, he probably was screaming and hollering you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, like, his hitting the girl actually did the opposite effect of actually, not going to the bathroom in the car because she's afraid. And that is the situation. And these 2 fucking morons didn't realize that because they should...
Okay, can we talk about the size of a Chrysler Sebring? That's like that's tiny. And there were 3 kids in the back seat, and mom and probably the passenger and dad and the driver. Holy crap.
And imagine if it got cold at night, you know what I mean? Just crazy. Absolute crazy insanity. So
Was she only peeing, or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot. Like, at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
Getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung smacks.
What makes you say hurt, stung smacks?
Because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying, or you could hear the smack?
Smack.
So this little girl is getting smacked so hard that you can hear it. Just let that sink in.
And the crying.
4-year-old.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
4-year-old little girl.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
She was 4, right?
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
She was 5 at the time, but I think, yeah.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to
that's
Harmony?
just a baby.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with the comforter that we had in the car
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in an accident, a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha Scott.
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the 2 boys.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time?
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between.
And where was Seamus?
In his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned the Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was an intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a 4-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes, so she was covered with a blanket.
Am I taking this correctly that this little girl was in a car accident? In an actual car accident, and instead of actually getting treatment for this little girl that decided to try to cover her with a blanket so that his crimes of abuse would not be revealed?
So the fucking cops couldn't see that she was in there. What a goddamn garbage ass. I mean, we already knew he was a piece of shit anyways, but you got 2 women in here who are allowing this shit to go down. Neither one of them fucking spoke up on this baby girl's behalf to say, hey, no, this little girl was in a wreck too. She needs checked out.
Jesus.
Because I'll be goddamned if I would ever fucking... Do you think I'm going to sit in a car and let somebody say, hey, cover her with the blanket? You got me fucked all the way up. Then again, that's why I'm not putting these positions either, because I ain't going for that.
Yeah.
What about the fact that she has black eyes? So that means that each time it's a traumatic event to the head. It's a head injury.
Yeah. So not only is she getting beat up, she's in a
If he
car.
really wanted to get away with it, he could have said the shit happened from the car accident. Which makes me think it was way worse than what the fuck, you know what I'm saying? It makes me think that shit was way worse than what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were there other people, specific individuals that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from?
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero, and when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
This is the date that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
No, it's the date that she was murdered. Let's not.
Right. Let's get it right. It's the day you guys fucking killed her.
Yeah. Not
Let's get
passed
that
away.
straight.
Not passed away in her sleep. No, you murdered her. You brutally, like that piece of shit, brutally beat a little 5-year-old child.
And she said it was December what? What was the date?
I think it's December 7th. Let me just put it back.
Wow.
Accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
So the accident was November 29th. That's where she got into a car accident, and instead of receiving medical treatment,
Murdered on December 7th.
And then he murdered her on the 7th, on December. So he proceeded. So she didn't get any medical treatment for that car accident. She was hidden, and also apparently
a week later murdered.
A week later, murder, basically. Yeah.
The day she was beat to death.
Yeah.
Sick fucks.
Does that day stand?
Yeah. So let's not play words. She didn't
Now look, she needs a group of girls need to go on in that fucking cell and beat the fuck out of her.
Yeah. And then throw
that little bitch.
And then throw a blanket over her and see how she likes it.
Out to you.
Yes.
Why?
Right, when the guards come to check, oh, you toss the blanket over. She good, she fine, she good.
Yeah.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
My only regret in this whole situation is she doesn't face the same amount of motherfucking time as that piece of shit. And that this lady needs to testify to throw this piece of shit in jail. That's my only regret. And that they haven't found the remains of this poor little girl so she can get a freaking burial, a proper burial. That's my main regret. Her crocodile tears does not fucking move me, this lady. She's probably crying about herself, how she's in this situation. Because she's probably feeling all the fucking sympathy for herself. Oh, she's got the crocodile tears. Fuck that lady. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit quicker.
What's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 89?
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second page and this page, paying careful attention to the times.
History from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes. Dose history.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Your Honor, at this time I moved to strike ID of State's Exhibit 89 and mark as full.
In addition, the ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine, and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelled that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelled that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him?
So these guys were so focused on getting their drugs that they decided to not like check on the kid to see maybe, hey, do you need to go to the bathroom or something? Just leave them there in the car by themselves while they go into a methadone clinic so they can get their drugs. And then they come back and the kid is being because he's 5 years old and because this child is being abused and doesn't want to say anything because she's afraid, goes to the bathroom and he decides punching a 5-year-old in the head continuously. A full-grown man deciding to punch a 5-year-old in the head. And look at this look in this face of this crocodile-teared crying lady who's probably only crying because she's crying about herself having to go to jail. That's the truth. Because if she actually had a conscience, she would have said something way earlier than fucking 2 years down the line.
At any point that morning, going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King?
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
So after they beat a child, they decided, let's go to Burger King to get something to eat. Not checking her medical to see if she's all right. Nope, not at all.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot?
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habit Opco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King. And there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights, he would like go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And so he continued his assault because she was making noise, it sounds like.
And you said there were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, you're talking about the police, the cops at the accident scene. Yeah, they could have seen her, but honestly, a lot of times when cops show up at an accident scene, they're just checking if you're drinking or something. They probably should have checked if the guy was on drugs or something if he's in an accident. So yeah, I think they probably fucked up. They should have probably checked if the guy was in drugs, checked the back of the car a little bit, like look in. But they don't have a search warrant. I think it's just a common accident. So it's probably the situation.
No, it wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
So beats her up, starts driving. She starts crying because she's a 5-year-old girl that's being beaten up by a full-grown man, and he continues to assault her while he's driving and saying shut up while hitting her. And what does she do? She just sits there and just listens to this.
You said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looked at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. His crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either going to hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
Okay, and we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, kind of. Like between the red lights, and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other 2 children at that time?
In the back seat.
What were they doing?
They had no idea.
They were probably screaming. They were all probably screaming, don't fucking sit here and lie, you stupid bitch. They were not sitting there quiet, didn't know nothing was going on. He's punching your daughter in the fucking head. You can't sit here and tell me them other little kids didn't know what the fuck was going on, you lying sack of shit. This is what I'm talking about. She's a fucking lie. She should have fucking made him stop. I would have damn near made him wreck the goddamn car to stop fucking hitting a goddamn little girl going down the road. What the fuck is wrong with her? Right, stop with the fake fucking sniffles and the fake ass tears, bitch.
I agree with everything that was just said.
Ditto.
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
And a bit of the truth came out because she was worried about her own ass getting in trouble because she sat there while a little girl was continuously getting abused and said nothing. Said nothing. More worried about herself than the 5-year-old girl in the back getting abused.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No.
Did he stop after that?
Shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. He felt something.
When he said that he thinks you really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Oh, he made sure to get himself a nice meal after he abused his child and then beat her. You know, he just made sure he got his drugs, and then he decided to continuously abuse this child. And then he says, you know what, I'm really hungry and I'm going to Burger King now. And you didn't decide to go in there and maybe talk to the manager and state, hey, this guy is beating a 5-year-old child in my car and I think she might be hurt. Can you call 911, please? Can you get the police here immediately? Nope. Nope.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat.
Did he go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No.
See what I mean? She could have easily told the manager, hey, manager, there's a fucking crazy guy that just beat up a 5-year-old girl in the back of my car. I need you to call the police now.
How about
Nope.
get out of the car and go inside and ask for help?
That's what I'm saying. She was in the Burger King by herself. He's in the car. She could have told the manager, I need the police. Can you call the police now?
See, that's where drugs come into play. The bitch was probably higher than Cooter fucking Brown, or she was wanting to go get high. One or the other, so she wasn't going to say shit.
Well,
She want to shut the fuck up and go stay high. That's, you know what I mean? That's
They
usually
just
what the fuck
came-
that means.
They just came from the methadone clinic. They'd just gotten their methadone and then they went to Burger King.
Yeah. Well, you forgot the in-between part when they were abusing the child.
I don't remember going in there.
Wow.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids
Where were you when you ate the food?
in the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
Now, the kids were behind you at that point.
Yes.
Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot?
A very important question I would probably have asked this lady is like, why did you not try to, did you ask this piece of shit, oh, does Harmony want to have something to eat? Everyone's eating their meal, but Harmony, did she ever wonder why he didn't mention why she didn't want to eat and why she was under the blanket? Probably because he knew she was deceased, and she probably knew she was deceased, and there was no need to give that little girl food. So they ate their meal while in a car with a deceased child.
Well,
like
she
it was
said,
no problem.
she said that Adam said to her, I think I hurt Harmony bad.
Yeah, so they decided to, because that tells me they already knew that she was deceased, because you notice in her story, she doesn't state, oh, I try to give Harmony her meal because everyone else is eating. Notice that? So to me, like that just says like they knew that she was deceased at that point. and they decided to eat their little meal while they knew that there was a deceased child in their car. Just paints the whole thing even fucking uglier than you ever imagine it in your head. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Kayla,
Went back to Colonial Village
and how did you get there?
with the vehicle, Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit, or if it was before.
But that moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Did Adam?
No.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get? Kayla?
What I tell you, I wanted to go get some shit and get high.
Again.
That's right. You were right.
Jesus Christ.
Wind and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that park?
Hair high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
We were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village
Girl,
parking lot?
you and me both on my crime time.
What did she say? Let me see. I'm so tired of her saying she's scared. Well, that's her fucking, her excuse, that this lady has. Oh, I was scared. It's like, no, ma'am. You sat there. You knew this child was deceased and you did nothing. You saw this child continuously get abused and you did nothing. You know what I mean? Just fucking disgusting.
Shambles. Shit, if she'd lay off the fucking methadone, she wouldn't need to smoke the crack. Fuck.
Well, she was also doing heroin as well. She was doing crack and heroin. I've never heard anyone take crack and heroin at the same time.
Yep, it's called a speedball, bub. That's called a speedball.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's a speedball, B-Tim, and
yeah, I don't know what a speedball is.
Methadone is used to curb the heroin cravings and keep them from getting totally dope sick.
Okay. Like, you just tell by this woman's affect. You look at her look, and she doesn't seem like she's suffering any guilt about this. She's probably more upset that she's going to have to go to jail for a bit. Go to jail.
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point?
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. What do you say?
Oh, she had passed away before that. You all decided to not only have your meal while this child was still deceased in the car, but you all decided to get high, and then eventually you decided to check on her and found out that she died at that moment. But I don't think you found out at that moment. I think you knew that she was deceased at that point. I think you all knew that little girl was deceased at that point, way before that time. But you decided to get food, you decided to get high, while this child was in your car, dead, knowing that she's dead.
Say Harmony had passed away. When did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk and put her in the duffel bag.
So, just to paint this image, immediately, let's say we follow this storyline. Immediately following up the storyline, she found out, this guy, Adam, found out that his daughter's deceased. Does he call an ambulance? No. Does he turn himself in? No. He decides to go in the back and get a bag to dispose of the body, to hide the body of his deceased little girl. And she still doesn't say nothing. She's like, okay, we'll just continue on. I mean, this is normal.
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the duffel bag.
Jesus Christ. Holy, wow.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
When you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
Because they had the 2 other kids and I was scared.
Oh, scared again. Scared again.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up and put her in there.
Yes.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
That's Anthony Badero.
Yes.
Where was this snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in the snowbank?
Adam.
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
In the embankment from the parking lot.
What was around that snow embankment?
A dumpster. And cars and snow.
You said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. We got a ride from Badero to get the stuff out of our car.
They left her there. She didn't, like I said, fuck her tears. She didn't give a goddamn about Harmony's tears. She didn't give a fuck about that little girl crying. They covered her with a fucking blanket. Fuck her and her tears. Your tears ain't shit, motherfucker.
Or at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time?
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
Badero let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for? Or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body at that point when you were living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero?
Just fucking crazy. Like, honestly, it's crazy. She did nothing to help Harmony. Yeah, you're right.
Nothing at all. She did nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. She has to live with.
Can't sit here and say she loves her and that they took pictures and, you know, she feels bad. And no, you don't. No, the fuck you don't.
She's complicit in it 100%.
Oh, absolutely. She helped to cover it up for 2 years. She didn't say fucking shit until they caught her ass. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the situation. This is not like, you know what I mean? But the thing is the prosecution has to paint her. They have to make her not look like a complete monster. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to convict another monster, and they you know, they don't want the jury to completely hate this lady and basically try to like get some sort of, oh, she's not as horrible as the guy we're trying to convict. In my mind, I think they're both fucking almost equally horrible people. You know, if we had a perfect world, we toss them both into fucking prison at the same time because they were okay. They were the adults. You know what I mean? All she did was basically sit around and get high, and she watched this kid get beat up. And you know what? I mean, fucked up.
Rose car.
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne?
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids.
Where was Miss Frayne?
Outside of the car with Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Badero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights.
Yes.
You know, I always find it interesting, and this is a side tangent. Like, these people are spending money on drugs, but yet they don't even, and they're watching over children, and they don't even put enough money aside to buy food. They have to basically ask for the charity of others to give them food. That to me is fucking crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. I mean,
not only that, they probably get some kind of a food card where the government gives them a fucking card to go get groceries for those kids. And I'm sure they probably sell it or trade it for dough.
yeah. Well, I think that was one of the things they got her after, because was out on bail after allegedly collecting food stamp benefits for Harmony after she disappeared. So they were getting food stamp benefits. I think they.
So yeah, there you go. They were getting food stamp benefits and still didn't have food for the babies.
Yeah, is accused
they
of
were selling it or selling it, one or the other.
Yeah, it says here Kyla, 31, is accused of obtaining $1,500 in food stamps for Harmony Montgomery between December 2019 through June 2021. So they were collecting money even after she was deceased. Or murdered would be a proper word.
I got no words, y'all. I appreciate you letting me just sit here and be educated on this. This is just, it gets worse the more that.
She got
Gross.
purged. She only got purged.
Hold on, she said that sweet baby. These people are monsters. Thank you for the $20 super chat, and yeah, they are definitely fucking monsters.
Oh, they have like a thumbs up.
Is just as bad as Adam. They're both there, one and the same.
Yeah. Wow.
And the first night the battery died,
Yes.
when was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food. For a couple of dinners, he gave us food. We had pizza.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house.
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons.
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
In Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I have to say, man, before they allow like custody of kids, they really need to do a fucking drug test on these people, like people that are about to get custody. I don't know if that's like, I don't know why no one's thought of this, but probably a drug test probably would have avoided all this. If they would have done a drug test on this guy and said, "Are you using drugs at this point? Are you on any addictive substances?" You know, I have a feeling that probably would a lot of this would have been avoided.
Excuse me?
So, Joe, I'm going to hand you 3 exhibits. And I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one. And look at so that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That, again, is on South Main Street?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Michaela, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your 2 children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing.
Right here.
Can you show me where you pointed? So if you can take a look at Exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27. What's depicted on those 2 items?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the 2 photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 26 and 27.
And the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And
Yes, you may.
you mentioned the defendant putting Harmony's body in a duffel bag under the porch.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, don't get confused with her crocodile tears. This lady collected $1,500 from this deceased child and didn't have any issues collecting that money. So, only reason why this lady's testifying right now is because she got caught. That's all. She doesn't care she doesn't care at all.
This is the porch that you put her under?
Yes.
Did you go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Kayla?
A few hours. We were trying to figure out where to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk, so that she could talk to my mother, so that she'll let a stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother?
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the 2 boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. And he put he put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash. They put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point?
Yes.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So just imagine the situation. Oh wait, by the way, Queen, you got a super chat. It says, "Addiction is a cruel master, and I try to grant grace. But when you're injured or murdered a child or stood by and allowed it to happen, I don't give a damn what you're addicted to. Pray for his grace. You ain't getting mine." I agree. I mean, like this lady basically. I have no sympathy for her because she basically was collecting money, benefits from this deceased child 2 years after she knew this child was deceased. Didn't come forward. You know, it's one thing to say I was scared about going to jail, and maybe you don't say anything because you're worried about not going to jail. But there's another thing when you have a situation where you're collecting the money and you're from the deceased child. To me, that just says, you never cared. You weren't scared. You just were the only thing you were afraid of was getting caught. That was what she was scared of, getting caught. That's it. So that's the situation. By the way, I noticed this new feature on YouTube. Apparently there's like thumbs up on super chats now. It's interesting. That's just a side tangent.
There's a thumbs up on a super chat. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just noticed that just now. I just noticed that you can actually hit thumbs up on super chats now. And I read Brianna donated $20, by the way.
Yeah, I see Brianna donated. This says addiction is a cruel monster, and I try to grant grace, but when you've injured or murmured a child or stood by and allowed it to happen, I don't give a damn what you're addicted to. Pray for his grace. You ain't getting mine. Absolutely. And I agree wholeheartedly with that. Hell yeah.
It's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 for identification. Yes. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looks like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 28.
Okay. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Move to publish.
Yes, you may.
Hey, how did Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
Yeah. So think about that. Think about that horrifying situation. I'm not going to describe it, but think about that. Now she's thinking, now she's having a little bit shame under it. You know, you see her downcasted, but yeah, should have had shame a while ago, ma'am. But Yeah, he's continuously hiding the child's remains, and now he's putting that. It's just fucking horrible.
That's something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored in that cooler for?
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day, multiple times a day.
Where was the cooler kept?
In the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lives in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, Families in Transition.
And when you moved to the Families in Transition shelter, does that fit the FIT shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the FIT shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her in the ceiling, in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
What room did you stay in while you lived with the Families in Transition? The Families in Transition shelter, Taylor?
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there?
So he was sleeping under his deceased child. Remains. Horrible. And this woman still didn't say nothing. Still, to this moment, seeing this man, how he treated his own daughter and how he's continuously treating the remains of his own daughter, she still sat there and said nothing. To me, like, this is just like, I feel like, man, this woman is, and we don't care about your crocodile tears. We don't care. Just tell us what the hell you know and just get the hell off out the stand. We don't want to see you. If I had my way, we'd toss you in the same cell he was in for all of fucking eternity. Horrible people, man. We found out by DIL's mother had been claiming my grand queen. I'm just trying to see if there's anything. Harmony had a lazy eye, so does she. Jesus Christ, Emily. They conceived another child there. Holy fuck. Well, I believe Harmony almost was blind in one eye, actually, like basically because of some sort of birth.
Yeah, I thought she was blind in one eye from birth.
Yeah. Yeah. So not only was he beating a 5-year-old, he was beating a disabled child to death. So like and this woman sat there and just watched.
There's something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
It was in vent.
Who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of states exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these?
And by the way, this is not the actual biological mother of Harmony. This is just the, I would say, consider it the stepmom. I would probably say, but I think giving a mom a title to this fucking lady is not an appropriate title. Let's just say that much.
These items in turn and describe what they do.
This is the outside of the family shelter.
And that's state exhibit 30.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it was the second room.
That's exhibit 30.
All right, she's rustling the papers near the mic, so you're going to hear that. So people with earphones, I'm sorry about that. My apologies.
This is the room.
I'm just going to ask you to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that's set up? The way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's State's Exhibit 32. Let's go to State's Exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And State's Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items look like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, or what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this family shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And State's Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1?
Yes.
You mentioned room 2 being decided.
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 32 and 33, you mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looked like when you lived there?
Yes.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned?
Yes.
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in State's Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to put Harmony in the ceiling, who is he?
Adam.
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Was her body having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell.
Just a heads up, this is going to get gruesome, so just warning for those.
A horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after you removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point I move to strike ID.
Shoot. If it gets away beyond gruesome, take care of yourselves. Yeah, it's pretty bad. This is really bad. The bio mom gave another child to THS, and he got adopted to two dads' family. They wanted to adopt Harmony. When they found out about her, it was too late. Yeah. Yeah.
Strike has been marked as ID and marked as full State's Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
And I move to publish.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
Sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Yeah, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID of States Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
No objection? No objection. The ID is stricken. It's entered as full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags, and he squished her into a bag like this one?
Yes.
And this again was at that families in transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Did you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag.
Yes.
At that intersection in the car guide.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
Yeah, this is pretty sickening. So,
All while being in a homeless shelter. Oh, this is
like my
There's
stomach
no-
is turning. Like my stomach is turning.
honestly, I keep having to. I step away. I like it. Just no. This is hard.
Like this woman, honestly, like I don't. How many years did this woman get? Like what? What was her deal? How many years did she play? 18 months? Are you serious? Like, am I like reading this wrong? She only got 18 months for this shit? Because to me, she seems like an accomplice. To me, she seems like she helped this guy dispose of this little girl. She sat there and 18 months.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body? Did
The objection is sustained. Jen, you can rephrase the question, please.
did the defendant tell
So basically said that, it's not speculation. So that's, that was, he's being told to ask another question. If you didn't hear, it was very low, what the judge said.
tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
No.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach her just a minute? Morning break. I think this is a good time. As I have said to you, we will take a mid-morning break. I think this is a good time to do that.
Wow. That's crazy. Wow. That has to be pretty gruesome. That this guy was doing that, man. Not only did he murder this little girl, but he proceeded to continuously stuff, let's just use that, where this child's remains until it got smaller and smaller so he can avoid and carry it around. Holy fuck. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That's the Harmony in the middle, by the way, in that photo. She turned state's evidence. Yeah, she turned state's evidence, but personally, I think that woman's fucking should be getting a lot more time. My God. Let me see. Okay.
I do agree with you, B. Tim. I do feel like she seems to be more of an accomplice than, but it's that I think this is where it comes back to whoever talks first gets a deal.
I think this is after the break. It goes again. So I guess this is continued. All right.
Your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
You mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in a duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her.
So so this is the continuation. That was the short break. We're back. So took her 2 years to do that. Yeah. Well, that's because she got caught. She would have kept her mouth quiet stealing from the state because she wasn't too scared of stealing the money from the deceased child.
Well, don't you think that this is something I forgot? I didn't realize I wasn't unmuted earlier when I said it. Don't you think that if they would have said, oh no, we don't need any food stamps or we don't need any state aid for her, if they would have canceled it, don't you think that would have tripped an alarm as well?
Yeah, or they could have just not used it, but
Because
she could have just.
Well, the way I looked at it was they were trying to keep it as like normal, like not even represent, because this way, if anybody asked, they could say, oh, she's with her mom. You know what I mean? Like it always made me think that that's what it's made me think. Anyway.
I'll have play.
Into that bag. Is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
You heard a bang while he was doing that.
So he's trying to his tactic is like he's showing how small this bag is, and he's hammering home the sound of the bang, meaning that he had to fit the child into this bag. The brutality of this, that this was his own daughter, that this man not only murdered but mutilated her remains so that he can continue to hide his crime. He wants to hammer this home.
Buddy.
I'm just trying to say.
Easy. Like, damn, that's. I know, I get it.
So that's his tactic, and he wants people to know this.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in. What happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
Was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell, and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition shelter?
Did he just say Portland Pie?
No.
Portland Pie? Oh my God. So he's asking this lady to bring the remains to his workplace, which is the Portland Pie, and that might be a pizza company. Let me see what. Oh my God.
Okay, so they're saying yes, it's a pizza place, and yes, wait, it gets worse. All
Oh
right,
my
well, y'all, here's
God.
your warning that it's gonna get worse. If you need to step away, use your best judgment. If you got to tune out. We all understand.
Yeah, I'm starting to remember about the freezer because I remember I read the charging documents about this like a while ago, and I had to refresh myself. But now I kind of forgot about the Portland Pie part, to be honest with you. So,
Well, it's traumatic, so it's probably a good idea that you turned it out.
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the families in transition shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10, 15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
I swear to God, if this woman says I was scared, like, what bullshit. Like, absolute bullshit.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor, you said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
so that it would just show that we still had her living with us.
So not only is he covering up the death of this child, he is committing fraud as well. I mean, that's the lesser
That's exactly what I was talking about. Yep, that's that point I was making earlier, buddy. Oh my God, what? These two are disgusting. And so the only thing she was charged with, because she turned state's witness, am I correct in asking this question? Am I correct in when I'm?
Yes.
So because she turned state's witness, the only thing she was charged with was food stamp fraud.
No, I think it was for
And
perjury.
Oh.
I think the food stamps charge was dropped.
Oh. Wow. So she gets to serve 18 months and she essentially was complicit but well, here's the other thing. I guess the flip side of that coin, the devil's advocate side of it is if she wouldn't have talked, they wouldn't have this good of a case against him, correct?
Yeah, they wouldn't have a case at all.
Okay.
That's
All
the
right.
whole problem. Like, that's the only reason why
Trick or
this disgusting human being has got a deal. Because I damn well sure they would have charged her ass with the same thing and threw her ass in jail and threw away the fucking key. That's for damn sure. But unfortunately, they have to make a deal with the literal devil here so they can get another devil. So,
well, sometimes we become the monsters we hunt.
I mean, look at this lady. She doesn't care. She's out of it. Queen's right. She's on methadone right now. I think she's probably on methadone right now.
Hold up. Make sure that you're saying that properly. Allegedly. I mean, given that she has a history. Thank you.
I think she's on methadone because she seems like she's about to fall asleep. So, I mean, she might be right.
Well, listen, this lady we're still guests that are left in charge of a panel, so we need to make sure that we're not doing anything untoward.
Understood.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020.
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he just wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you? Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
I want to unpack that.
And I didn't hear that last word. I'm sorry.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a handsaw.
It's a handsaw?
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
Okay. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So this is the saw that he discussed using to dismember Harmony's body?
Yes.
That discussion occurred at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, what a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in or any kind of puree food item.
What did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender, on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Earlier you mentioned the defendant talking about lime, the idea that what was his idea? What was his purpose of using lime?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Caleb, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he
Adam.
you're referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. If the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Caleb, who were you with when you circled this bag of lime?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
So you're with law enforcement?
Yes.
And they asked you if you could identify. Have you seen?
Sorry, objection sustained.
Have you seen a bag of line in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of line located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of line got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of line?
No.
When you saw that bag of line in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was.
And she only got 18 months. That's great.
Trying to
remember, if you need to check out, for a minute, we understand it's pretty graphic and horrific. Trigger warning.
Yeah, this is probably the worst case I've heard of a situation trying to dispose of a child's remains. I've heard. Yeah.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her and putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
The Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just de-thawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
De-thawing her.
Yeah, that's the word that she used. De-thawing her, yes. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. This is his own daughter's remains he's doing this to. Like, ugh. Oh man, I can't. And this woman's sitting there watching this. Just Jesus Christ.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her
How did he take the clothes off of her?
by cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when you put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on, and she had her leggings on. That's
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
Yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids, and I couldn't be in there anymore
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to? Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing, and I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned the shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime?
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bag that he was putting them in were large trash bags.
The bag that contains the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after that?
The lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
I mean, the man didn't take any breaks while doing this. This man even fucking human? Like, this is stuff that you would think like a serial killer, like Dahmer or something. But like, this man has no conscience. This man has no humanity. That's crazy. What do you think, Voices?
I'm mildly traumatized listening to this. I don't think that this, like, all I can think is this is horrific. And it sounds like he was trying to do it all in one shot so he didn't have to do it again, in my opinion.
Yes, this is his daughter. Yes. I mean, that's his daughter that he did this to. He murdered his daughter.
Yeah,
and then decided to this is how he's disposing of the remains of his daughter. So yes, that's why I said this man is.
I can't
this is the
think of
stepmother, by the
any
way.
like no justification, and I'm still just gobsmacked at the fact that this woman 18 months is all she got, and listen to the information she's giving.
Yeah, she was helping to dispose of the remains of this child.
I have no words.
Yeah. And he didn't take any breaks. I mean, yeah, well, that's a little bit different. But yeah, she handled the corpse cutting clothes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, she helped him dispose of the remains, and she kept her mouth shut for 2 months, for almost 2 years, and she collected benefits. And I know people will say I keep on saying it, but I'm just saying, like, this woman. I mean, they must have been desperate. They probably were desperate to use this woman's testimony. But man, this is just like, this woman's evil as well. Like, this woman is evil as well. She slept with that monster. Yeah. Yeah, man, they had to, I guess. I mean, Yeah, I agree. She's just as guilty as that piece of shit.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned?
What the fuck,
He used
man?
scissors to cut off her.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's real fucking bad. This is terrible. This is fucking horrible.
Yeah. And she was helping him all the way. Disposing.
Yeah, she was. They slept under the fucking little girl's remains.
Yeah. And she was helping to cut off the clothes. When
Sick bitch. See what I'm saying? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
She is not crying for her fucking self. She's crying because she's caught. She's not. No, she's crying because she got fucking caught.
Yeah.
She's not crying because she feels bad for fucking Harmony. She's crying for herself. Selfish ass bitch.
Yeah. And she only got 18 months.
18 months
Yes.
for murder and Harmony. With helping a murder Harmony.
Accessory and disposing of the remains and fraud and a bunch and federal fraud, tax fraud. She got 18 months. So, you know, they needed her testimony, but man.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he plans to do with that trash bag?
Throw him away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave him in our trash area. He was going to bring him somewhere
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
so that there's no evidence.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother. We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom?
No.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body?
Not then.
At some point?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his.
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No.
Had you met him before?
No.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And Did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes.
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
Yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
I agree with you, LeBlanc. This is probably the worst testimony I've ever heard. This is horrific. Like, this is like the stuff of nightmares. And yeah, I agree.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Yes.
Miss Montgomery, you mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say, for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
You said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after.
How would you ever, like, this is the question I have to do, Lawrence. Why would this woman, she just saw this man murder his own child and do all this horrifying things to the remains. And then she's gonna let her kids be around this guy? Like, at the very least, you would think
she left her 2 boys and took off with her daughter. She grabbed her daughter and ran.
Yeah.
Didn't give a fuck about her 2 boys, just left them behind with somebody who you just watched murder his own child.
Yeah. To me, that's just like fucking horrible. This is like
and
the
again,
worst.
she helped all her out. You know what I'm saying? So
She ate in the car. She slept in the car. She ate in the car with the remains there.
Yep.
Just
didn't give a fuck that there was a dead 5-year-old little girl laying right there next to her, and she's sitting there eating a cheeseburger. You dumb, sick bitch.
Yeah.
Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street. Did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econo Lodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econo Lodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econo Lodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
because she has a license and to have it in somebody else's name
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
so that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van, like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econo Lodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
that he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
I want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fist, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes, it's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID mark as full and publish to the jury States Exhibit 99.
Any objection? Okay. All right, the ID is stricken. This entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes.
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
Yes.
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
Yes.
From the time that the abuse began until you took.
Let me see. Waterworks incoming, probably. We're supposed to feel any sympathy for her. I think what the prosecutor is trying to do is trying to not paint her as a complete monster and paint the picture that she didn't come forward because she was afraid. Because that's why she keeps on saying afraid. And they're showing the pictures of her being beat up. So this is just to paint the narrative that she's not as terrible as the person being accused. I don't know. I think that's the tactic. You know what I mean? I don't think there's...
Yeah, this way, then, if she steps out of line, then, he'll abuse her. I get it. But I really... It's hard. It's hard to not want her punished a little bit harder as well.
Moderator, you're also correct to paint him as a monster as well. Yeah, well, I mean... We just listened to what he did to his daughter and the remains. I don't think we need any more to paint that man a monster. I mean, I think we pretty much all agree on that one. I think everyone on this damn platform would agree on that one. I don't think not one person on YouTube would disagree that this person's a monster just based upon the testimony thus far. I think it would be the one thing uniting every single person on YouTube, actually. No sympathy for me, but prosecution has to get the testimony without alienating Kaylee. Yeah, the job of the mother is to protect your child at any cost. She is a vile human being. Absolutely, she's a vile human being. It's about who was in control and talking about the trial jury, not YouTube. Yeah, I get you, moderator. I know you're talking about. I'm just saying, but I get your point. I get it. I understand your point.
But this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
Yes.
Was he consistently hitting you?
Yes.
Was he doing things to items in your house?
Yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything. Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house.
Justice for Harmony from Happy Life Queen, by the way. He's worse than a monster. That's the imposter. Yeah.
And I was telling on him. I thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. So he also threatened you.
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him.
Telling on him about what?
About Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Kayla, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
Okay, moderator. Actually, this is a good point. It's his trail not painting her as a trying to read it. Monster is irrelevant. It's about his behavior towards everyone around, not just this poor baby girl. Actually, that's a good point. I should have thought about that. That's actually a very good point.
That is a great point.
Good point, moderator. Good point. So basically, moderator is saying it's a trail not painting her. Basically, saying like it's basically not painting a pattern of behavior from this guy, that he's abusing the girl, he's abusing his daughter, he's abused this woman, and it's just a pattern of behavior to show that this is most likely, that's the pattern. So
yeah.
Anyway, but anywho,
It was going to the methadone clinic, and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going, even when our ride showed up. But I ended up going while he was sleeping, and I was getting dropped off, and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye, and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone, and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone, and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
And you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's going to hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes.
Why did you only take your daughter?
Because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her, and I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes.
Why does it stand out to you?
Because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes.
When did you get married to him?
On Harmony's birthday.
Yeah, she's still married to him.
2007.
Yep, she's still married.
Yeah.
Do you
remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes.
What day was it?
It was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, it's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that
Kelsey
again.
and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Or no need to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 90.
Yes.
Skipping it because they're talking to the judge privately, so they mute it. So I'm trying to get to the part where they.
Do you remember how many phones did you?
Okay, we're back.
You go to the Walmart to do?
To trade phones in for money.
Do you remember how many phones you traded in that day?
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum.
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
Then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Taylor, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you said did those things. Taylor, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye?
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring?
Yes.
Taylor, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half, as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you've been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
Why not?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
If I could have just a moment.
Jeez.
Yeah, y'all, this is awful. Mm-mm. I'm sticking to my same thing. Like that's why I don't handle cover these kind of things, any of that.
Yeah, this one was wow, man.
Yeah, this is really bad. She's a real trash bag human being.
They both are. Volcanoes from both.
Let me see. Okay, do you want to watch the cross-examination?
And that's up to you guys. We've been here 4.5 hours, so I mean,
It's up to you guys. There's a cross-examination next.
I got about another hour probably in me. I don't know. What do y'all think?
It's up to you. You could just do it later. I don't know about it.
Man, that's tough.
Yeah, like
if you got them, huh?
It goes for another 2.5.
Do it later or what? You want to come back?
Yeah.
Would you rather come back and do it later?
Probably better you do it, Lexa, because another 2.5 hours for cross-examination.
Well, and if we do it at one, it'll probably be about an hour and a half if we do it at double speed.
Yeah. Why are inmates asked drugs of any sort? She's high on something. I don't care.
Yes, Firefly. Yes. Which one? You want to do it now or you want to do it later?
What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, you guys let us know. Yeah. Hold on. The cross is really boring. The attorney's awful. No shit. It's really that bad?
I don't know. I didn't see the cross.
Well, I mean, some people in here, some people in here have.
Yeah. Some people saying now, some later. We could probably double speed it maybe, and we'll get through it in an hour. Yeah, we could double speed it and try to get through it in an hour if they're like, you know what I mean? Or get through as much as we can. Let me just put it on.
Yeah, they said her mom and the uncle was just as bad.
Holy fuck. All right. So this is cross-examination. This is after lunch break. So right here.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha.
All right.
'Cause I didn't remember if they were in
Put
the
it
car
on double speed.
Let's double speed.
or not.
Okay.
Or you know what I mean? 1.5, 1. Something like that,
Yeah, I put it on that.
Being on either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right.
So
I don't remember not having them in the car.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Show you a copy of a report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there that talks about the gist of the accident.
They said the defense attorney is horrible.
Now let's see.
Yeah, if it's that bad, we're shutting this shit off.
We'll see for a half hour. We'll see how it goes. You know what I mean?
All right. We'll wait. Yeah, we'll go for a few minutes and see how it is.
You just
About that conversation with the police. You recall the accident?
Yes.
And you recall that it was near Market Street?
Yes.
And you recall that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
You were contacted by police. Sorry. Don't mix that. But you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit Shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine.
Yes.
But you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But
a lot of leading. No, these.
you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman.
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that?
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter?
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there?
I didn't have a place.
Damn.
You had a place at the shelter,
yes.
Sorry. Okay.
Can she fuck? Is she asking her anything or is she telling her everything?
This is like really leading, and I don't even know what the point of this line of questioning is. It's like we do have photos that this lady was hit. I mean,
Well, not only that, she already said that she helped dethaw the little girl, Harmony, and she helped take her clothes off and all kinds of shit. So what the fuck?
Yeah, like I don't understand this line of questioning how it's going to help her client. So thus far,
Yeah, let's roll it.
yeah, she's definitely like this is leading, but probably the reason why it's not being objected to is because whatever.
And you contacted Adam.
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
He was in jail for a bit, and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride, our transportation.
It'd be great if she asked a
And then
fucking
he went to the sober
question.
house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you tell him you couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, thank you. Like this lady's literally like even going into the concept of her mind, like you got a little mad at her. It was like, oh well, that's objectionable because you're trying to see what her state of mind is. Crazy. Just fast forward. This part.
I don't remember saying that.
So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids, and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd communicate.
Would there be sometimes you would get mad at him? That would be a question, not statements. Jesus Christ, lady.
Your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but
because he was accusing me too.
Right.
So.
Right. It was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you, right? And you'd get mad at him, or he might get mad at you, right?
Yes.
But when things were, but you were actually both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the same way with me too.
Right. You two were pretty connected when things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him. It was not because of this situation.
Okay. Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come into the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. You recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say.
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud.
Delicate says they are supposed to ask leading questions during cross so that they only get answers they already know. Open-ended questions may lead to a different response. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm more familiar with the civil side of things, but that seemed like a lot of leading questions. But whatever. Let me see. Did the right thing to protect herself, not Harmony, on her or her kids? Did she? See, we heard about. All right.
Yes.
And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, "I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning."
Yes.
And you wrote, "I'm done talking." And you wrote a little bit more, and then you said, "I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however." And I actually can't to show you a copy of Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says.
Word. You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, "I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for others.
They're confirming how her statements, she's trying to prove she was away from Adam for a period of time. She could have came forward. It's to discredit her, denying from direct involvement between. Yeah, I get it, but like to me, it's like she could have went forward 2 months earlier. I mean, I get it. Maybe we're not at the part where they try to disprove this guy did not kill his daughter and dispose of her remains. I mean, maybe we'll get to that part. It's like, okay, we know that she could have went a lot earlier to the cops to talk to them, but I get it. You're trying to discredit her, and I get it. That goes to her character and like trusting her testimony. I get that part, but it's like
stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In
Yes.
that letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as a full length exhibit. Any objection? Pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right? So essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the fit shelter and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? And then during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out?
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, I have ways of finding things out, right?
That's another reason why she's being like she is.
Oh, what's that? Why?
Because he's with another bitch.
Probably. I wouldn't put it like that, but I think she's trying to paint her as like, that is the narrative that she's doing this to kind of get back at him, that she has, I don't know. I'm having a feeling.
I think she's adding things in, yeah, and she's already in jail for perjury, lying. She lied to the grand jury. I mean, come on now. She's fucking got immunity, so she can say whatever the fuck she wants, and they can't use it against her. So yeah, she's a fucking narcan ass piece of shit. That's what she is. She should have said something before. You want to fucking be like that, you should have saved that baby's life. That's what you should have done. You should have opened your fucking mouth before. Long before now.
Yeah. So basically, you're right. Like, she's basically painting that you really only came for.
Rat. She should have been said something a long time ago. Now she wants to fucking be jealous because there's another female involved. And now you want to say something. No, you should have said something a long time ago. You should have saved that baby's life. That's what you should have done.
Well, also she's saying this to save her ass from jail.
And they also said that when on the last line of questioning, what the prosecution was saying, part of your deal here is that you have to tell the truth, and otherwise there's a penalty because you'll end up serving your entire sentence. They totally went over, like, if she doesn't tell the whole truth, she'll be penalized again and more.
Yeah.
During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted, you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings. Betray Adam. You finished?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was
Right.
that you were afraid of
Exactly.
Adam, right?
She pretends to be so goddamn scared.
I agree. That's kind of shocking that she wrote
She
that.
pretends to be so fucking scared, but what she wants is one last time to go, and what she wants is one last time with him. You know what I'm saying? No, don't play with me. Don't
And this
fucking
is a-
play with me.
and
You
this
ain't
is a-
scared of shit.
Yeah. And you can see like the smirking a little bit. Like if you look at it, a little bit, see the micro smirking?
Yeah.
So
Right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just
No, she
wanted
wasn't. She
to be
was
with him
thinking
one
about
last time
Dick.
before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before.
About
the kids still having their mother when the situation occurs.
Right.
And that he would take everything.
Yeah.
So that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
That you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children, right?
Which is why
And
she
you
got
needed to
fucking
be around-
immunity. That's why she lied. She got perjury. She got fucking immunity, and she's only doing 18 months. So she can be home with the kids while he gets a life sentence. And the bitch deserves to be having a life sentence right the fuck next to him. Fuck her and her 18 months. So
more
there's
than
that.
he needed to be around.
No.
I threw a
You
Miss
actually
P in
wanted
there,
him
so
to-
there's that. God damn it.
yeah, she is like really good. Like what's weird is that you just watch this man beat a 5-year-old to death and then do this Honestly, like
you watched him beat a 5-year-old to death, beat the hell out of her, and then fucking unthaw her, and then you helped, and then you want to turn around and fuck the dude again? Oh no, see, no, hell no.
Shit, man. And he also was abusing her too. It's like, holy
This
fuck.
gets even more. This gets even more twisted than whoa.
Like this is fucking.
That's so weird.
Yeah, this is fucking 100% weird.
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For
Adam.
Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you, and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am not a person, but yes.
No, what
Okay.
Adam said was they'll give you immunity. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. They'll give you immunity. You can stay home with the kids. You only get a couple months. You only get a year at max. Don't say anything and make sure you ask for a lawyer. Always ask for a lawyer because that son of a bitch already knew what the fuck time it was. Crazy House Saloon 499 Chassa Queen. I sent you an email. All right, baby, I'll go check it now. Yeah, this shit right here just pisses me right the fuck off. Go ahead though.
And you said, I am so fucked. I should just, I don't know, for Harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought maybe I will help with the investigation for Harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
Yep.
That's not what I was thinking.
Yes, it is.
But you two talked about it and how
Well, you give a fuck about your kids, but you don't give a fuck about Harmony or her mother. You give a fuck about your boys, but don't give a goddamn about her.
Yeah, I don't know how this is. I don't know, man. This witness is definitely. This is probably the most conflicting witness testimony I've ever felt. Like, I never had a situation where I want the witness to also go to life prison, go to prison for life too. Like, jeez.
important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID.
The objection is withdrawn. Exhibit G, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit.
That's right, Law and Order. There it is. In defense opening statement, they claim Kyla is responsible. Adam was protecting his wife out of her life. Yeah, I mean, like, this is definitely painting a different picture. This is actually not as boring as I thought. Like, a lot of people thought, like, it's really like she's kind of painting a picture that, you know, maybe it's this woman. Maybe she's the one that did it. And this guy's covering up. Now I'm understanding a little bit better of the defense a little bit. So,
Well, yeah, see, okay, Ferry says the headache's about to start. So when
Oh,
the
the
headache
headache?
starts in, yeah, and we're 5 hours in, so we're gonna shut it down anyways. But yeah, the headache starts. And
the headache would see, let's jump a little bit, just see.
right there, yeah, that's the headache.
That's
The
the
headache
headache?
starts in and she can't
And
perform
you
any
need when you
longer.
raise your hand and swore an oath to the
Oh yeah, she starts getting a headache when she gets really cross-examined about this. She didn't have the headache going through the events of how the body was disposed and everything, but she has a headache now. Okay. I guess we know what time it is. I guess you want me to stop sharing?
Yep. Yeah,
All
we're
right.
good. Yep. Yeah, she definitely was like, "Yep, I got a headache. Gotta go. Beep. Gotta beep. Gotta go." And it's Friday night.
Yeah, you should
Take
go
me
back to
back.
jail.
She said, "Shit, right. Take me back to the jail. Fuck this."
Yeah, that's crazy. This is a crazy.
Ball. I hope she dreams about that little girl every fucking night.
I hope for a lot worse things than that to happen to her, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but why she's stuck in there. You know what though? Listen, there's that Black Mirrors episode, and it's called White Bear, and I feel like that's what she should have. She should have to sit in there, and you know what I'm saying, watch what she did every day.
Yeah, I agree. But I think the defense actually is, I don't think it's going to work, but I think that they're trying to say maybe she was the one. But, the guy's, it's kind of hard since this guy is known to be kind of violent. I mean, the lady had 2 black eyes.
Yeah, she was. I'm just saying she was there. I believe that he definitely did it because you know what I
Yeah.
mean. I'm not thinking that he didn't. But
Yeah,
anyhow, I appreciate y'all hanging out. I'm tired. I'm getting off here. We've been on here 5 hours.
All right, man. You guys have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, I'll catch you on the flip side. I'll probably be back on here later, like 9 or so. We'll do like Friday night, maybe at the
Alright.
Hive or something.
Yeah, I get you. You guys have a good one. Bye.
For a little bit. We'll see you later, B Tim. Bye, Angela. I appreciate you. We'll see you later.
Hey,
voices,
bye,
faces,
Queen
voices,
Bee.
however.
You know what? At this point, I guess it honestly, it doesn't make a shit of difference. Just don't call me late for supper, okay?
Yeah, that was gonna say that's
It don't fucking matter. Just don't call me late for supper. It's all good. Have a great day, guys. Bye.
You too. We'll talk to you later, baby. Happy Friday, everybody, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you on the flip side. We'll probably come live tonight, either here or on the Hive, just to hang out for a little while. But thank you guys for hanging out, and you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. I appreciate y'all. Have a good one.